I think it's enough time. I think I've held you in suspense long enough for this. Let's get started, shall we? All right, welcome everyone to another one of these streams. It has been a couple of weeks, or rather maybe a couple of days if you're here during that charity stream of the weekend, since I did a solo stream, so to speak. So welcome everyone, welcome. Excited to have a topic today that's fun and engaging and exciting, one might say. I know some people have... Well, let me adjust my mic real quick. Almost knocked that thing in my screen. I know some people are probably upset we didn't talk about dinosaurs this week, but hey, you know what? That happens. Yes, it is 2 hours until the last of the episodes come out. However, we're probably going to run past that, I would say. Mainly because, quite frankly, I don't plan on watching these episodes today. Anyway, so it works out. Hang on. Try to get the mic to adjust so it's close by. Yeah, that should be good enough, I think. Welcome, everyone, to another one of these fun streams. So, if Ant's a YouTube critic, but YouTube critics are either wrong or lying, and how can we trust Ant? Got you with my facts and logic. That is true, Space Frog. You did get me with that superior logic trap. I am indeed untrustworthy as a resource, so you just kind of have to deal with it. Yeah, right? It's all great. If you didn't make it for this weekend's charity stream, it was quite a lot of fun. I played Among Us with a bunch of other talented comic book creators and YouTubers. Got to meet a lot of them for the first time. I am happy to report that Linkara did in fact kill me multiple times on stream. That was fine. I was also never once the imposter. I do not know how I feel about that so far. Yeah, no. It was a lot of fun, though. Everyone was really friendly. And we've been talking ever since, so maybe I might convince any number of them to show up at some point or another. Nick Wolf, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Riri and Natalie's Ironheart chemistry is electric. Yes, indeed. It is indeed electric, one might say. Definitely circuitry for certain. Gibberish Chris. Hey, Aunt. How's the Among Us skills growing? Well, Linkara called me a really good detective, so I'm glad about that. I feel proud of that accomplishment. And of course, friend of the channel, Comic Drake, he's really cool. He and I were talking afterwards, too. It's a great time there, all things considered. Just a great time overall. So a couple housekeeping things before we really get started. I want to wait a few minutes so people can file in. We do have 2 episodes coming this weekend. On Friday, we have a video coming out on Superman. And on Sunday, the plan is, assuming I don't overburden myself, I might delay till Monday, worst case if I have not enough time. I plan on having a Jurassic Park video come out. One more about Jurassic World, more as a franchise than specifically the new film. But still, while the hype is still up, I want to talk about Jurassic World because I plan on seeing it this week because I am big into dinosaurs. And so it's a lot of fun. And of course, the last half of Ironheart comes out tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you'll stick around with the stream until we're done, of course, because this stream will overlap with that, but I digress. Yamate, thank you for Super Chat. What kind of music do you like? And do you accept recommendations? What kind of music? I like a lot of different types of music. I like a lot of symphonic metal, a lot actually. I really like Nightwish and Within Temptations. Some goth stuff too. I like some metal. I do like hard rock as well in general. I like all kinds though. I'll listen to some random pop music. I listened to one playlist on the car ride to work the other day where it was quote unquote guilty pleasures, and it was just like mid 2000s pop music. And I'm like, oh, I felt really nostalgic for Natasha Bedingfield's music for a second there. But in general, I tend to listen to metal. Disturbed, I listened to a lot recently again. Again, that's another one I listened to in high school. But Avenged Sevenfold, I love. Metallica, of course. Gotta go with that. 10 days till Superman. Yes, I'm excited for Superman. By the way, if you guys want Superman and Fantastic Four content this month, rest assured, you're getting it. You're getting a lot of Superman and Fantastic Four. Trying to play into the algorithm a little bit to help the channel out. Get new people in, I know you guys will show up to anything, but I gotta get other people into the channel too. It's all fun. But it's all the usual stuff, hopefully. What's your opinion on life sim games? I like life sim games. Skrillex. I'm not huge on Skrillex, but I have nothing against Skrillex either. I'm neutral on Skrillex, I should say. Nick Wolf, thank you for Super Chan. Watched a I'm a Marvel, I'm a DC tribute. Striking how honesty / earnestness today isn't as algorithm friendly. I hope that the pendulum swings back one day. I hope so too. That was some of the best old school stuff. That kind of very sincere, very emotionally vulnerable kind of humor about the fandom. I thought it was really great. Lacuna Coil. Oh yeah, I've listened to Lacuna Coil. They're pretty good. They're classic. Lacuna Coil is really good. I like them a lot. Again, that was kind of like when I was I listened to them especially when I was trying to get into metal, and I started listening to Evanescence of all things first, who I think gets like crapped on a lot by like modern music fans, but I like Evanescence just fine. And I was listening to stuff like that, and it got me into Lacuna Coil, and then it got me into Within Temptations and Nightwish, which grabbed me a lot more, I think. But I still like Lacuna Coil when I listen to them. Yeah. Also, I'm really hyped for that. My boy's Venom into the Thing in Marvel Rivals getting buffed. That's gonna be cool. Y'all see the new trailer for season 3 of Marvel Rivals? Let me get this up real quick. Let me show you this. It's so cool. I am hyped as all hell for this Marvel Rivals. Real quick. Let me get this up real quick. All right. Cool. Oh, it's on mute. So you see all the cool stuff right here. Let me adjust adjust this slightly so a little bigger. I don't like having the bar, the taskbar visible. There we go. Yes, this is gonna be a lot of fun. We got Phoenix in the game now, and I gotta admit, I was trying to get a good shot for 1 second. So it looks like it's gonna be Hela as the avatar of Null versus Phoenix. I'm down for this. I cannot wait to play Phoenix. I always loved Phoenix as a character. And, like, that looks like Toxic Yuri, if you ask me, personally. I think there's some Toxic Yuri in this interaction here, which I'm down for. Gavin Carey, thank you for super chat. My Versus friends got me into La Friction. I think you'd love them. Okay. Gotta try them out. Gotta try out La Friction. Yeah, so this is, so then what happens is, when that happens, all of a sudden, you get Blade shows up, and then the music from Blade pops in. I love that. You know, the nightclub scene music. Love it. It's so great. I cannot wait to play Blade. Every new character I want to play, but like Blade especially, I've been dying for the Blade Renaissance to finally kick in, eventually. But I digress. Blade deserves his moment. Blade really deserves a moment. Many moments, actually. Nick Wolf, thank you for Super Chat. I love the concept of a crossover origin for the Fantastic Four and Superman. Fantastic Four's ship gets hit by cosmic rays, and Superman catching the ship in his super reveal. That'd be pretty cool, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I would love seeing that. Like, that kind of combination. Marvel and DC have been doing some new crossovers, actually, lately. I mean, I know a few of you all have seen my recent video on the Spider-Man cartoon, but there's a few other ones that are happening too. Not sure if you guys saw this, but there is going to be get this image up here. That good? Yeah. So there's going to be a new hang on, you can tell I'm watching here. Right here we got there you go. Marvel and DC's next comic crossover is going to be Deadpool and Batman. It's going to be written by where are we? Who's working this issue? It's going to be so it's going to be Zeb Wells. Zeb Wells shows up. Greg Capullo. That's pretty cool. For the cover. Yeah, Zeb Wells. So I guess someone's going to lose their... I guess Paul is going to show up here or something like that. Who knows? But I'm excited. I can't wait. I really want to read this one. Adrian Parchman, thank you for Super Chat. Remember, it's Canada Day. So remember what Canada has brought us. Crimson Ender, CD Cal, James Somerton, Drake, and Sasha from Casually Comics. Also, Sarah Zed also came from Canada. And I know that... Lady Emily apparently is moving to Canada as well. Also, Wonder Woman Captain America is coming up. I can't wait for that. It's going to be a fun crossover, too. I cannot wait for that. Grant Morrison on the DC side. Oh, that's cool. I like Grant Morrison. Their work is fantastic. I think that Spidey and Nightwing should cross over. They seem really chill. I feel like they would get along quite well, I think. But I don't know. I digress. I think that Spidey and Nightwing would get along quite well. I remember back when they had the DC Marvel All Access comic crossover, they put Tim Drake's Robin in with Jubilee from the X-Men. There was like a Teen Titans X-Men crossover, and that was really cool. I really dug that. And I kind of was wondering what other ships they should have across the multiverse, like that with DC and Marvel. And I think a really cool one, and Crypto and Jeff, which I mentioned on the video, can't wait for that one too. And also, I think Daredevil and Green Arrow, I think, is another one I think they're doing as well. I personally think that it would be really cool to see a crossover ship between Wonder Woman and Thor. I think that would be neat. I don't know what to tell you. I think it'd be a really cool dynamic. Or see Hercules meet Hercules, and just from DC's Hercules and Marvel's Hercules, and see how they would fight. Because I feel like Marvel's Hercules would hate DC's Hercules with a burning passion, because he's basically a villain. DC's Hercules. Nick Wolf, is Wonder Woman Cap because Cap is another Steve for Wendy? Ooh, that's a good question. I think it's also because they're people out of... their characters removed from a time and a place. Wonder Woman is removed from Themyscira, and therefore from another world with the Greeks. And Cap is from World War II, just relocated through time. I think the dynamic there is interesting because they both come with a diplomatic perspective on things. They're both peacemakers, but they're also warriors who know what to do to get the job done. I think it's really cool. Yeah, they are Hercules in DC and Marvel. They're very different, though. Marvel's Hercules, and again, I talked to this with Red, actually, from OSP when she came on the show a couple weeks back. If you haven't seen that episode, you should. It's a really good video. And we talked about Hercules in both continuities, and kind of how Hercules in Marvel is very much is a hero. He's a cool guy who has a long list of lovers, whereas Hercules from DC is basically a monster and partially responsible for the trauma that led Themyscira to separate itself from the world of man. It's a lot of really cool stuff there in terms of how they're written very differently and how you can take a myth from different perspectives and reinterpret it in so many different fashions. I think it's really neat. All right, it looks like we're filling up the room, so I'll deal with one more random bit of discussion before we move on to the main event, just to let people in the room and have everyone get cozy and everything like that. Grab a good drink. Be it I have some chai I'm drinking right now, which is pretty good. But Deathstroke and Taskmaster, that's an interesting combination. I think Deathstroke and Deadpool would be pretty fun. Two Wilsons, going at each other. The stream starts at 20 minutes in. Yeah, probably. Who is Comic Lad? I'm not sure who Comic Lad is. Anyone could be Comic Lad. Nick Wolf, in the canon JLA Avengers, which is canon, 1D actually comes across Marvel's Hercules. 1D is understandably angry, but Herc's kind of confused about what her deal is. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I love that. Yeah, I'm seeing some comments on Ironheart already, which is good. I do want to discuss one quick thing before we move into everything. And that is more of a small personal little thing. Oh, it's starting to rain a little bit here, so hopefully nothing bad happens with the stream. Yeah, Red's fantastic. Red, all you gotta do with Red was just introduce a topic for her, and she dove in. It was fantastic. I would happily work again with Red, but she's so busy is the problem. And I had to find a good project to get her interested in. I don't want to have her do the same thing again. I want to give her something that's cool if I can get her catch her attention. I also want to try dragging Linkara into another thing because it was fun. It was fun streaming with him. He seems like such a nice guy. It's pretty cool. Oh, that's right. So Lio Convoy came back in the mix today. Not sure if you saw this on Blue Sky. Let me show you this. This is a fun one. Everyone's favorite Lio Convoy showed up. What we got here? Terminal Sanity. Slade would be very annoyed with Wade. Oh, in seconds. He would hate every second of it. Gensai Kuroki. Me. Looks at stream title. Yes. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. We're going to dive into the opinions soon. I just want to talk about this Lio Convoy thing real quickly. Now, if you don't know, Lio Convoy is a guy on the internet, to steal West Side Tyler's bit. So, Lio Convoy has been a thorn in my side for some time now. And he's been doing a thing where he's been obsessed with YouTuber Cy Scribbles. And Cy Scribbles, all she did was make fun of him on the internet one day, and now Lio has made it his life mission to tear her to shreds. So that's all well and good. Cy can handle herself. I'm not worried about that. She can take care of her own messes. But so what ended up happening is Lio decided to drag me into his little grudge match against Cy Scribbles. And now apparently Beckett from Cope and Seed did a thing the other night. I didn't watch it. I like Beckett. He seems like a cool dude. I've always had nice interactions with him. So that's all well and good. But apparently he said something that upset Cy. That's not my business. I'm not getting involved with that. What I am getting involved in is what Lio said afterwards. So apparently, so apparently there was some person that they're arguing with. I don't really care. But I was like, if Cy's complaining about me associating with you, maybe bring up the fact that her BFF, Anthony Grimolia, gave super chat money to Lily while knowing she's a pedo/rapist. Oh my god, I trolled Lily Orchard once on a stream after she wished death upon me. How terrible. Yeah, no. Overall, Lio is trying to drag me into his little grudge match with Lily, and I decided to publicly name and shame him on Blue Sky about it. We'll see if it works. Listen, if anyone associated with Lio Convoy is watching this, I don't want to get involved with your fight with Cy, because, quite frankly, that's your business. Cy can handle herself. I'm not worried about that. So, you know. But also, I don't care about what you're talking about. So, you know. And if you really want to pick a fight with me, I will. But I figured that we had already mediated this already. So if you want to drag this fight on longer, you can. But there's not any value in it for me. For you, maybe there is, but not for me. I see no value in continuing because I'd win. So let's move on to Ironheart, where I'm going to actually deal with my intellectual muscles to argue a point here. I think it's time for us to just dive into it. Knock off Marvel Rivals there. Adjust this slightly. So. Oh, J.H. Marodir. If tonight's stream is reacting to YouTube reviews, there is a YouTuber interested in seeing how long you last. Oh, I'm curious already. So yeah, my opinions on Ironheart right away. Okay, so first off, as many of you guys know, you're exposed to him for disabling a disabled person. What can you hit him with? Yeah, exactly. Lio Convoy. The thing with Lio Convoy, he's just a walking. He just walks into disasters all the time. And as I understand it, I was talking to again Beckett from Cope and Seed at one point, and he was saying that Lio basically is someone who will jump into a mess sometimes without. I don't want to speak for him. I'm paraphrasing here. Like if someone puts a mess in front of him, he'll kind of dive right on it. You know, he'll kind of go in and like try to tackle the issue. It's not his exact words. So Beckett does hear this. You know, and I know it's not verbatim. I didn't record our conversations. I can't remember what you were saying. But he's the kind of person who jumps into messes without thinking things through all the way. And I think he spoke before thinking. He really needs to think a little more though, because the last thing you want is to drag this into a drag-out fight with multiple people involved, many of whom are just tired of your crap already. You know. So Lio, don't waste my time. But if you do, I mean, like, listen, there's people out there who I've become to realize that there's people who know better than to pick a fight with me. I have it on good authority, for example, that Mahler and EFAP are deliberately trying to avoid ever referencing me in public because they realize I want to fight them. So they realize if they fight me, it's going to give me what I want. So that's basically like, you know what? Let's not. I'm like, yeah, that's probably a smart choice. Lyle, I don't think does that common sense. Anyway, let's move on to Ironheart. Ironheart is, I think, a pretty good show. I'll rip the Band-Aid off right now. I think Ironheart's pretty solid. I think it's a really good adaptation of the comics. I think it's really cool. I am really digging how it's turned out so far. And I kind of dig how they've reinterpreted Riri's character. I think they made a lot of choices with how they adapted her that make her better than she is in the comics. And they do a lot of the same plot points from the Eve Ewing run and even the Bendis run, you know, with the stepdad and friend who get and Natalie who get killed in a drive-by shooting. I think they did that better. They really show Riri's trauma a lot better. They show her attachment to her dad a lot better. Like in the comics, she felt very detached and almost like emotionally completely removed. But here you see her trauma and how it shapes her, the dimensions behind it. You see the surface level reaction, the kind of the pushing people away approach, but in private she spirals. She has anxiety attacks. I really dig that. I like how she's arrogant to an extent, but that arrogance is tempered by her own insecurities, her own limitations. Because while she can create things, she's a genius, like a lot of Marvel characters. And I like how she's surrounded by people who can match her intelligence too. That's very important. I like how she is restricted by limitations of technology. She needs the capital. She can't buy the stuff she needs. She can't buy the supplies that she needs. She's too broke. And I like how she kind of squandered a lot of chances for herself too, which I think is interesting. That's a good dynamic quality. I like how she kind of screwed up a little bit in MIT, and that there's consequences that linger on. I like that because it's I like flawed characters. I like characters who have issues. I like characters who struggle with their own internal issues. That's cool to me. I like that stuff. That's good. And I like the soundtrack. I like the effects. By the way, physical effects for an Iron Man suit, it's perfect. No nanomachines, none of the little sliding little bots that crawl up like a Green Lantern skin color thing. I like how she has a physical suit that was a real prop on set. That stuff is great. I'm not in love with the Hood as a villain, but I do love the young Han Solo's character, who's a bit of a spoiler, but I guess we're going to talk full spoilers for the first 3 episodes. So, yeah, this is your last spoiler alert, because these guys are not going to hold back, I'm sure, on the first 3 episodes. I really like Ezekiel Stane. I think he's a great character. I like the dynamic he has with Riri. I think they have a good dynamic that they could be friends or they could be enemies depending on how things shake up. I really dig that. I think there's a lot of implications for the MCU going forward. I like how Riri is inspired to build Iron Man suits, not because she personally likes Tony Stark, but because her dad likes Tony Stark. Or her stepdad liked him, and when he died, she kind of took the reins from that. I think it's a really nice touch. I really like that. Yeah, Alden, I can never say his name. Heinrich. I think he's really good in this show. I think he's really, really good. Ranting for Vengeance. I know him. Yeah, I gotta watch his stuff. He's a character. You think Riri? Okay, Nick Wolf. You think Riri was in Tony's all MIT projects are funded initiative, but she snapped and money ran out, or too complicated a timeline? Re Natalie death. I think what happened is, I think that she wanted to do something iconic and squandered an opportunity given to her because she couldn't take hold of what was in front of her and kept pushing for something different. And I think that kind of ties in with how she's now working with criminals, a kind of subversion of what you should do to get ahead. And how she recognizes there's a problem here. This is not good. That she's in danger, girl. You know, the quote, ghost in the episode titles. But I think that she's doing, that she thinks she's doing what needs to be done, but she's in over her head every time. And I like that. I don't get why people have to make these characters like flawless figures. I mentioned this on stream. One of my favorite characters is Asuka Langley Soryu from Evangelion. I think that Asuka is a fantastic character, and I'm going to just get a few of these real quick. Going to open this one up too. I think John Campia would be an interesting one. Nando, I feel like, is pretty straightforward. I feel like I align with Nando a lot, so I'll probably ignore that one because it'll be less interesting to watch it. A little Platoon, I don't know this one. Oh, Nerdrotic is always a disaster. Just getting a few options here. Comic Explained. Oh yeah, Comic Explained. He now follows me, Comic Explained. Pretty cool. Cool dude. He was really fun on the stream too. I don't know that one. Echo Chamberlain. That's a new one. Dark Hour. The concept. A lot of these are very much. Oh, there's Comic Drake. You know, friend of the channel. I know that channel. Rejects. Oh, of course, Jester Bell. Gotta get her on here. Gotta react to Jester Bell at some point. We'll add her too. We'll see how many we can get through, you know. Toxic Avenger is gonna be a lot of fun. I really dig that one. I can't wait to see that one. Tyrone Magnus apparently is copyright striking people who criticize him, so I'll avoid his stuff for right now. Don't want to deal with that nonsense. Not worth the pain in the arse. The Birdman did a really good video. You should watch that. Angry Joe. Apparently, Angry Joe shouted me out. Did not know this. Angry Joe apparently in the first couple minutes gave me a shout out in this video. I was told this from around the way, you know. I was told around about that Angry Joe mentioned my Ironheart video. So that's pretty cool. Yellow Flash, no pain. I don't really care. Last time I watched Yellow Flash, it was pretty painful to sit through. A lot of these are gonna be very similar. I think. Ironheart is the worst Disney Plus show ever. Oh, come on. Gotta add that one. Okay, a few of these are good. And we might go to... I was trying to find if they have... Flash again. I'm not going to watch all of these because it's not worth it, but... yeah, the Quartering, I'm not going to bother with that because he's... Man, it's a lot of these same videos. Just a Gundam. It's a Gundam I have no interest in. He's usually not very interesting. Heel Babyface. Here we go. This is the loser who did the pronouns bit. Again, Nerdrotic did like 4 videos on Ironheart. That's a little ridiculous. Rev says Desu's not worth the effort. Tyros Magnum again, not worth it. It's because he's a pain in my... How many Yellow Flash videos are on Ironheart? Yeah, Comics Explained is fantastic. I love the guy. He and I were talking during the charity stream. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I think we got enough right now, I think. Oh, apparently his channel's under attack for roasting Ironheart. That's funny. I believe that. Yeah, it's good for right now. I think we've seen enough of these different options. Just to start with. Man, these all look familiar. These all look the same after a while. They're all the same video. It's the same like 5 or 10 guys. This is the same video. This is the same thumbnail. What is going on here? Do they have any originality or any bones of originality in their bodies if they're using the same thumbnail 5 times in a week? Wow, it's crazy. Jester Bell again? Oh, that's just a weird freaking shot. I was going to reference this Jester Bell video in my Ironheart video when I did a while back, but I chose not to. Yeah, it's good enough for right now, I think. Okay, let me read some super chats real quick. Gensai Kuroki. I love Riri's flaws. The same people who complaining about them are the same ones that call her a girl boss Mary Sue if she didn't have any. Yeah, exactly. Like, they talk about how these girl boss Mary Sues are so terrible, but like, when a character has flaws that impede her journey, that affect her negatively, that keep her from progressing, all of a sudden that's bad? You didn't want a Mary Sue. You don't have a Mary Sue. Riri struggles. Hell, in the 3rd episode, everything falls apart for her. She really screws up bad. That's great. I love that. I love these disaster stories where characters have struggles. It's great. Nick Wolf, neat trick for differentiating Alden, Irek, and Ansel Elgort. Alden is the Aaron Wright side of history, i.e., not being accused of sex crimes. Yeah, basically, right? Love it. And Bite Chip Yodera, mod and longtime member of the channel. Almost a year now. Wow. Samuel Jackson staring meme. Small armored mammal. Yeah, right? It's ridiculous. They really love dehumanizing black women in these ones. Okay. Jester Bell is the cis version of Lily Orchard. I don't know about that. I don't think Lily Orchard... For all the flaws Jester Bell has as a critic, I don't think she's, like, molested her sister. So that already makes her better than Lily Orchard. But yeah, no, she's in terms of critical style, definitely there's a lot of similarities. Again, I want to emphasize in terms of critical style, not in terms of crimes or anything like that. Because I'm sure someone's going to clip that out of context and go, oh, yeah. Anthony said that Jester Bell is just like molester. Anyway, I have to look at that later. Okay, cool. So, and there's us right here. So let's look at John Campia first. Let me raise the volume up here a little bit. Cool. Let's watch John Campia. John Campia, for those who don't know, I do not agree with John Campia half the time. I have a lot of things I disagree with him on. I think he is talented enough in the industry to be like as long-standing a critic as he is, but I often disagree with his opinions. I don't think I agree at all with half of what he says. But he was one of the many people who were very negative at Ironheart when it was coming out, so I feel like he's not typically a grifter. I think he typically just says what he wants to say and has his thoughts and processes on it. I think he just says what he thinks. So I want to hear his opinion on this one as like a middle ground. Even though I disagree with him a lot, I think he's sincere about his love for film. So let's dive into this one.
Hey guys, John here, and I just got finished watching the first 3 episodes of the new Marvel Disney Plus series, Ironheart. Now, this is just going to be a quick reaction to it. We'll go more into details and some deeper thoughts on it on tomorrow's John Campia show once I've had a chance to process. But I literally just got finished watching it. So here's some quick thoughts. There will be spoilers in this, so if you haven't watched the show, skip over this. Okay, so I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. And I got to say, I was going into it. I have not been impressed with the trailers at all. I didn't think they handled Riri Williams very well in Black Panther 2 at all. I haven't really found anything interesting in the on-screen version of Riri Williams, despite the fact that there's a lot of potential with that character coming out of the comic book. I expected to hate it. I have not hated it. Let me start with the things that really don't work for me. The whole Natalie AI thing seems utterly preposterous and ridiculous, and even for an MCU show, I'm finding it to be a little bit of a bridge too far to go. The heist crew, all lame. Every single one of them, all lame. I do like, Parker, and I like John, and I like the relationship between the two of them. I thought that was pretty cool. The whole legal thing about, hey, if you just signed this contract, that's not how law works. Contracts are immediately revocable if they're signed under duress. So that wouldn't happen. Sorry, just somebody with a bit of a law background, that really
okay, so we know that's a contract with the devil, right? We all know that document's a contract with Mephisto, right? Like that's what it's gotta be. Like, yeah, it's a legal background thing, but I think that's a front. I think it's I'm reasonably confident those documents are from Mephisto's ends. So I think what John Campia is saying, yeah, I don't disagree so far. The whole thing with programming Natalie as an AI from brainwaves, that is a little goofy. But I don't think it's unbelievably so. Like, it's just like that concept is a little silly, but I love how it leads to the Natalie character existing. Like, it's one of those things where, like, it is a little silly, but if you get over that silliness, you have a really good exploration of grief, a really good exploration of friendship, of how technology can bring us closer to those we love. But then the question is it authentic? Is it just a recreation? And again, it's also from the comics. Though in the comics, she just programs it to act and sound and be like Natalie. In this, it sounds like it's almost like a duplication of her brainwaves into a computer. And it's not that the technology doesn't exist yet in the MCU. It's more that it's unethical to do so. And she just found a way to do it properly, which I think. Anyway. Oh, yeah, West Side Tower, what's up? Matt Murdock, please help. I have signed a Faustian bargain. Yeah, right? Yeah, bring Matt Murdock in. He won't help you as a lawyer, he'll help you as a Catholic. He'll dump the holy water on that contract. I love it. I love that. I think you missed the bit, West Side. Tyler, I did your thing, the guy in the thing before. It's fun. Also, I have to beat up Shadiversity apparently now. He's doing the whole thing with Superman's dog again, so I have to fight Shad again. It'll be fun. Anyway, Bite Chiapio Dara, thank you for Super Chat. What Marvel heroes could survive Jurassic Park? They are there on vacation getting caught off guard by the chaos. I'm in dinosaur mode. I have 2 modes. Animation, history, miraculous, dinosaurs. That's 4 modes. But I do have an answer for you because there is a Jurassic Park in the Marvel Universe. It's called the Savage Land. Now, the Savage Land appears actually in X-Men, the 90s cartoon, if you're familiar with that. The Savage Land has the character Sauron, which led us this wonderful meme that I will have to bring up every time I mention the Savage Land. It's one of the greatest... it's the whole... One second. Let me just get the image here. Open image in new tab. This amazing moment in storytelling history. This iconic bit with Sauron. That is technically the Marvel equivalent of Jurassic Park. Now, if you like the Savage Land, I'm going to make you really angry because the Savage Land might have almost appeared on film back in the late 2000s. Because there was at one point a plan to have an X-Men Origins Wolverine and crew go to the Savage Land, where they find vibranium, where they find adamantium. Now, in terms of Jurassic Park, the characters I think could survive, probably most of them. I feel like easily any energy character could survive it. Anyone whose skin... Luke Cage could probably survive Jurassic Park because his skin can't break. So he'd be fine. Spider-Man would be fine. He'd be able to dodge and weave just fine. I think where you start having a problem would be characters like Daredevil. I think he'd have a hard time, though. I wonder how the dinosaurs thumping on the ground, like each step of the T-Rex, would affect his senses. That might be interesting, I think. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool. I would like that. I would dig that. There you go. Nick Wolf, thanks for chat. The show addresses Natalie as a fluke created by Riri's subconscious. She later asks Zeke if brain mapping in AI is possible, and he says, "Are you insane?" Yeah, exactly. So it is possible. There is technology in the MCU that could allow it to happen. It's not unknown tech. It's just extremely difficult and extremely rare, is what it sounds like. Adrian Parchment, because comics, Anthony, because comics... See Drake. Yeah, comic Drake. Yeah. Yes, he would say that, of course. I love that. Anyway, let's get onto this back to here. So, so far, I don't totally disagree with what John's saying, but I can see where he's coming from. But I personally don't mind those elements he's complaining about. I do think the crew is unfortunate because the crew is played by such a variety of great actors. For one, you got Eric Andre, who's in it briefly, but he's in there. Eric Andre in anything is great, and they don't use his comedic chops nearly well enough. Like, Eric Andre shows up and keep thinking like, oh, they're going to do some joke with Eric Andre. They're going to do some gag with him, but they didn't do enough with him. The one non-binary actor in the crew, one of the fisticuffs people, they were also in Talk to Me. If you don't remember that movie, Talk to Me. And they were fantastic in Talk to Me. Let me get the image of the character of the actor. 1 second. I think it was Talk to Me, right? Yeah, Talk to Me. That was it. Yeah, Zoe Tarakis is their name, I think. Yeah, they were in Ironheart also, I believe. Let me make sure. Let me make sure it's the same. Yeah, Ironheart actor. Okay, cool. So this is the actor I'm talking about. very good in Talk to Me. This actor right here, they're in Talk to Me, and if you haven't seen Talk to Me, it is one of the best horror films of the 2010s. Fantastic movie, and they're in it. And they're kind of squandered in Ironheart. I'm not going to lie. They don't use their talents nearly enough. Yeah, Talk to Me is a fantastic movie. If you get nothing from this, watch Talk to Me. That being said, though, it is deeply disturbing if you're not accustomed to horror films. And even if you do like horror, it's still a really effective horror film. And it's made by YouTubers. So there is hope for any YouTuber to make their own project. So there you go. David Deister. The MCU needs to bring in the Savage Land after the whole multiverse saga fiasco. I agree. I would love to see the Savage Land. They should. They should. And they should bring in Devil Dinosaur too, I think. By Chiappiodera, I got a lot of Viv feel from Natalie watching. That's fair. Oh, yeah. That's fair. Viv is great. I want to see Viv come back. I want to see Viv in the MCU. I think with Vision Quest, they might bring Viv in. I would like that. Anyway, back to this.
Bothered me. I'm also finding it a little bit difficult to like Riri in this. Like she has a lot of unlikable characteristics. Now, at the same time, I got to admit, having her have that bit of a questionable side to her that's making it hard for me to like her too much is actually kind of interesting. So I'll give it that. There's two sides to that coin. So I'll give it that. Some of the things that I have liked about it, though. I like the whole tossing out a university thing, although I'll never believe in a million years that by helping some people fake their papers that she was able to raise, $80 million to construct some kind of Tony Stark level tech nonsense. That is still completely ridiculous to me.
Never say that when you're dealing with stupid rich people. Listen, you cannot say that. Rich people will pay anything to pass college. Anyway, because I'm bored, you've been correct over the censorship of Spider-Man. You've been corrected over the censorship of Spider-Man 90 series. Yes. Yeah, that's half the comments. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of comments on that one. Fan Guy 99. The Dinobots in their alt modes from the Savage Lands in G1 Marvel Transformers. Yes, they got their alt modes. There we go. Yeah, that's cool. I love that. Some good old G1 Marvel Transformers lore there for you. Anyway, back to this.
However, the whole background story about her losing her stepdad and her best friend, I actually find that really compelling. I find that emotionally resonant. I do find that kind of works. I do like Parker's character. The whole thing, I'm sure it's going to unravel more about the Hood. We'll see how much it sticks to the comics and how much it deviates from that and all that kind of stuff. Alden Ehrenreich.
Yeah.
I got to admit, I did not see the whole Obadiah Stane connection to that.
MVP
I thought
of the
that was
show.
Interesting.
MVP of the show.
I don't think they're doing his character great. Like, he's a little bit one-dimensional right now.
Oh, I disagree.
Maybe
I think
they'll
he's in a
evolve
lot
that
of good depth
a little bit. I'm a sucker for heist stuff, so the heist stuff is neat. The death of John was something I didn't really truly see coming. So, look, am I loving Ironheart right now? No, but I'm not hating it. I do find it's a little bit boring, but then they throw in some interesting things here and there. By the way, I really like Riri's mom. I didn't think I would at first when we first see Riri's mom sitting around the table with our friends. I didn't think I would like her all that much at first, but as the show has progressed over the 3 episodes, I do kind of like the mom. So, listen, I was kind of expecting that after the first 3 episodes, I would be tapping out and not watching the final 3. I'm still not loving it. The show has problems. It's not meeting its potential, but I don't hate it. And so I'm going to watch the next 3 episodes too. Again, that's not exactly a glowing review, I know, but again, it's better than I thought it would be. Not by a lot, but it's better than I thought it would be. Anyway, those are just some quick first reactions. Literally 3 minutes ago, I finished watching it. I'll think about it a little bit more, have some more well-rounded out thoughts on the show tomorrow. So that'll do it for now, and I will talk to you guys later. Let me know what you thought about it.
Yeah, now, that being said, so John Campia, has not been a fan of a lot of the Marvel TV stuff. I don't think he liked, I forget if he liked Ms. Marvel or not. Not a fan of Echo, I don't believe. Had a lot of issues with other Marvel TV stuff. Definitely, he did not like She-Hulk. I like She-Hulk. He did not like She-Hulk. So, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. But, this is a more mainstream reviewer who's been very critical of Marvel recently, who is saying it's not bad. And by all accounts, from what I understand, the last 2 episodes of the show are where all the potential hits. I've read a few full reviews of the show, and everyone says, the first half, it's all right. Second half is where it hits you. So if he's saying about the first half, that he's still interested, he wants to see where it's going, that's positive. That's good. I feel it's a fair opinion. I feel like John Campia, again, this would be the baseline for what's a normal critic for us. A sane review from a critic who I disagree with, but I can at least disagree with by talking the same language. You know what I mean? John Campia I don't typically agree with, but I disagree with him on intellectual level. That's important. Because the critics we're going to discuss from here on out, I disagree with on an ethical level. I feel they're grifters. And a grifter, I want to emphasize this right now, a grifter is not just someone I disagree with. Because then I'd say John Campia's a grifter, which he is certainly not a grifter. He is an authentic critic. I just don't agree with him, which is a big difference. A grifter is someone who tries to sell you on snake oil, essentially. And in this case, the snake oil is an idea. So I want you to ask yourself when watching the next few critics, are they giving a review or are they selling you a product? Are they selling you an idea? That's an important distinction. If they're selling you an idea, a product, their channel, their ideas in favor of your own, that's where things get tricky, and you should really just dismiss them. But if they're offering their opinion, giving you their perspective, saying what they think, well, then something going on there. They're giving you something to chew on. We are going to try to fairly examine these guys. I know I get a lot of criticism online for saying I give these guys too much good faith response, but we're going to give it a shot. Let me take a look at a few super chats real quick while we have a moment. A lot of good super chats tonight, which I'm really grateful for. Always glad you feel like you want to send me this. It's always great. By Chippy Adara, in the comics, she builds a suit from dumpsters. That is true. She picks up all the trash around, all the scrap metal around MIT and constructs an Iron Man suit that's very rough and very unpolished. Which is similar to the Iron Man suit we saw in Wakanda Forever. Very unpolished, very rough suit. Sorry. So, because I'm bored, it's weird how people are cool with Miles but not Riri. Misogyny, maybe? Yeah, it might be misogyny. It's probably misogyny to an extent. I do think, though, that Riri in the comics is not as well written as Miles. And Miles had a really great number of adaptations that made him popular with mainstream audiences. Don't forget, before that, Miles received a lot of the same criticism that Riri received. But, much like with Kamala Khan, had really good stories early on. So comic fans were kind of more... So the initial outrage was diminished when you saw, oh, wait, this character's really good. Kind of snuffed out a lot of the controversy there. Two, and also grew a fan base. Two, they had great enemies to fight, very good emotional conflicts, a good journey, a good interaction with other characters. They had the progression of their journey was very distinct. And this is Riri's real first central focus role in the story, as opposed to Kamala Khan and as opposed to Miles Morales. But misogynoir is a factor, definitely. She's a black girl, which brings with it a lot of racism and a lot of sexism. Adrian Parchman, hot take, I would like to see the young superhero team be called Young Avengers than the Champions because of name recognition. I agree. I think the Young Avengers is definitely better name recognition, and it would definitely draw a bigger crowd, especially if it's a movie. I agree. Kind of ironic that Brian Michael Bendis created both Miles Morales and Riri Williams, but Miles was way more successful. Well, I think that is exactly. Well, I think a big factor is Miles is a boy and Riri is a girl. I think there is some misogyny in there. I also think that because Miles is more mild-mannered, that's a factor as well. Riri is very aggressive of a character, and I think that does impact how people interpret her. Anyway, let's take a look right here. The next one. And there we go. Dinosaur meme. All right.
Well, I told you.
Everyone's favorite, the critical drinker, is now going on here. Everyone loves him. Such a beloved icon of the YouTube critical landscape. Yeah, can't wait. By the way, there'll be no critical drinker in my Superman video at all because I can't stand his voice. But again, of all the grifters online, critical drinker is the one that has the biggest audience, I think, in part because he is the most entertaining to listen to, because he actually has a personality. As much as I can't stand his voice, I have to give credit where it's due. He stands out. We're starting with the best in this video on this stream. We're going backwards as we keep going. We're going in reverse in terms of quality. So enjoy the good times while you can. It gets worse from here. By Chippy Odera, Young Avengers is a separate team, though. That's true. But I feel they are going to mix and match the Champions Young Avengers a little bit. I think they're going to mix in some Young Avengers characters in with the Champions. Because I'm bored, what was it like to finally meet the Lightbringer? Okay, first off, I'm not going to call Linkara that, because, I know he doesn't like that. Linkara was extremely friendly. I have a lot of respect for the guy. I already liked the guy before. I like him much more after streaming with him. The guy is extremely friendly, extremely welcoming. He was like the moment, because obviously before the stream started, we were all talking on chat before the stream started, and the moment I get in, is here Linkara just talking shop with everyone, and it's like, oh, this is great. I go talking how we're gonna do this, how we're gonna arrange it, some ideas on how to make sure everything goes smoothly. He's giving everyone advice on how to play Among Us because he's played the most out of any of us there. He's helping all of us out. He was there. He was there from the start and was and again, he, Drake, myself, a couple others. We started the stream, we ended the stream, and he was every step of the way there, wanting to help make sure it was a fun experience for everyone. He was always helping out. It was just seemed like a really cool dude. And I know he's seen my stuff a few times. He knows who I am, which is wild to me, because I grew up watching the guy. It's great. Yeah, no, I would, if Linkara showed up in chat right now and said, "Hey, can I jump in?" and I would say yes in a heartbeat. Guy's really cool. I love the guy. So yeah, that's how it is. 10 out of 10 would recommend Linkara. I'd recommend all of them. They were all really cool. Not a single person I streamed with was mean or standoffish. Everyone was very excited. Just wanted to chill. They all had a great time. The only person I didn't get to talk to a lot was Troy Oboya, and that was because he just showed up late, and I never really got a one-on-one conversation with him. But he seemed really cool too. Everyone there seemed really nice. Yeah, being able to last as long and consistent as he is. Yeah, Linkara is consistent. So that's the thing. I was on stream with Sai and Krim talking about this, and I know Sai was very critical of Linkara to an extent, though in a fun way. She wasn't mean about it, but she was very jokey about it. But all of us agreed. He puts in the effort. The guy is consistent. He cares deeply, and I deeply respect that. Can I jump in if only to make fun of Critical Drinker? Where are you on Discord, Baichi? Let me. I might just for the logistics of it at this point, I might say no, but I would be down for that otherwise. I just have to plan it ahead of time. Oh my goodness. Okay, so where are we right now? Who did I miss? I think I missed a super chat real quick. Let me double check. Then we'll jump into the video. Oh yeah, Fan Guy 99. The Simonauts get their alt modes from the Savage Lands in Marvel's Transformers. Simonauts. The Simonauts. Yet you can I don't know Transformers, man. Yeah, that's really cool. Savage Lands is great. I love Savage Lands. Want Squirrels be another evil empire? That'd be great too. Anyway, let's dive in. Let's just watch this video.
You souls don't get much bigger than this. Ironheart has finally been inflicted on the world after gathering dust in the Marvel vault for the better part of 3 years. And by golly, I can see why they tried so hard to bury this thing. Having suffered through the first 3 episodes now, I can confidently say that this is by far the worst thing Marvel have ever produced in nearly 20 years of MCU history. And
come on, man. That's bullshit and you know it. It's not even the worst part of Phase 5. Come on. Okay, anyone who says that Ironheart is the worst thing in Marvel history, where were you where Secret Invasion happened? Where were you when Thor 2 came out? Thor: Love and Thunder. Ant-Man the Wasp: Quantumania is much worse, I'd say. Incredible Hulk, I know it has some revision now. That's still not that great. Iron Man 2, that's pretty weak, I think, even now. The Marvels, as much as I love Kamala Khan, The Marvels is definitely a weaker entry, I'd say. I would say Captain America 4 is also a weaker entry. I didn't love it. Also, controversial take. You know what's worse than Ironheart? The Eternals, I'd say. She-Hulk, as much as I enjoyed She-Hulk, I'd say that's still worse than Ironheart. I think Ironheart's better than She-Hulk, I'd say, just as a show. In terms of what I look for in a show. I'd say that Echo... I liked Echo when it came out. I think that's probably worse than Ironheart. Iron Fist is definitely worse than Ironheart. By far. It's wild. Nick Wolf, Linkara is 4 episodes away from the big 800. Oh, he's almost 800? That's great. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Oh, I forgot the Inhumans even existed. Yeah, that's the worst. Inhumans is the actual worst. That down there was Secret Empire. Secret Invasion, I mean to say. Look, Eternals isn't bad. It's just Ironheart's better, I think, than Eternals. I like Eternals well enough. I like most MCU stuff well enough. But they're not batting 10 out of 10. But Secret Invasion is... Secret Invasion and Inhumans are definitely the worst. Secret Invasion was exhausting to sit through. Inhumans is painful. What If is not that great. I think it has highlights. Some of the episodes are really good. Most aren't. I really did not enjoy Iron Fist also. Defender's pretty bad too. Just showed my Multiverse of Madness. I like Multiverse of Madness. I like it more than most people. I think it feels a lot like an Evil Dead movie, which I dig. I feel like if you like the zany ridiculousness of the Sam Raimi-isms, you vibe with Multiverse of Madness a lot more. But very different than Ironheart. Ironheart's very grounded. I like that. I think some of the supporting cast isn't as strong, but the parts that work in Ironheart so far really work. And I think after the finale, it's going to be really good. I think a lot of people are going to be revising their opinions of it. Agatha All Along is better, though. I will say that. Shadowlance. So my issues with Comic Reevy aside, I do believe every adaptation of her tries to fix Comic Reevy's issues while keeping the interesting character flaws. I agree. They work with a lot of really cool stuff. They try to elevate the character a lot. I think it really works with most adaptations. Nick Wolf. Hot take. Moon Knight is worse than Ironheart. I don't disagree with you. I think the one episode of Moon Knight where they die and they're in the afterlife, that's better so far than Ironheart, but the surrounding stuff isn't. Moon Knight, I think, was a very solid series, but it wasn't great. It needed another season, and I think Moon Knight will work a lot better in a team. If Moon Knight shows up with the Midnight Suns, that'd be amazing. I would love that.
Damn man, that's up against some pretty stiff competition by this point. A cringe-inducing calamity of a show drenched in identity politics that have aged worse than Mickey Rourke's face. Weighed down by hammy acting and nonsensical dialogue, a protagonist who's willing to lie, cheat and steal just to repeat something that's already been done decades ago, a moral compass that changes depending on who it's applied to, and characters so obnoxiously cliched and stereotypical that they feel like a parody of corporate social justice programs. In short, Ironheart is a creative, logical, and probably financial disaster, and the worst possible thing that could happen to Marvel in a year when it's already staring down the barrel of 3 high-profile flops. Let's get this...
Okay, let's take a step back a second here. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, Ironheart is a character who is not a Mary Sue. You've been begging for that for years now. You keep saying, we don't want these Mary Sue characters. We want characters with problems and conflicts. Well, you got one. You finally got one. Congratulations. You got a character who struggles financially, who is out of her depth, who is manipulated by those who are more powerful than she is, who have no idea what's going on. And the other characters, they're not even stereotypes. My problem with the crew is that they're just underdeveloped, but they're not cliches. They're just sort of there, you know? They just sort of show up. They have barely any lines. They just kind of exist in the background. They're barely even able to be cliches, I think. So I'm very confused as to what you're talking about. Also, 3 high-profile flops. Fantastic Four is not out yet, and Captain America 4 didn't flop. It just didn't do great. Now, that being said, though, Thunderbolts unfortunately did lose money. But the problem is, let's take a look at something real quick. Before the narrative really kicks in here, that like all these Marvel things are failing, I want to bring up something that's really important here. I want to bring up the top 10 box office for domestic films in the United States at this time. It's very important we look at this because I think it affects everything we're talking about here. Because there's a big conflict here that people don't really seem to get. A bigger problem than just Marvel. So let's get the top 10 right here. So we got Minecraft movie. That's doing pretty well. Domestic box office, mind you. So Minecraft doing pretty well. Lilo and Stitch doing pretty well. Disney's doing just fine. Sinners, exceptional results. How to Train Your Dragon just came out a few weeks ago. Still getting money. That's pretty good. Then we have Captain America Brave New World. Then we have the Thunderbolts. 5 and 6 are Marvel films. And keep in mind, with Marvel, people now know, hey, I wait a month, wait 2 months, it's on Disney+. I can watch it there. So not all the money is in theaters anymore with these films. A lot of the Marvel Disney stuff, audiences have been trained to go, well, you know what? I can wait to see it in theaters. I'll wait for it to come on streaming. I'll wait for Disney Plus to watch it. And sure enough, Captain America 4, when it came on Disney Plus, was one of the most streamed things on the platform for that week. Based on their own provided details. The problem isn't that audiences aren't interested. The problem is that audiences are waiting. That's the big issue. Unfortunately, the Thunderbolts did lose Marvel money. That is an undeniable fact at this point. It did lose some money. How much is up for debate, but it did lose some money, which is a shame because it's a really good movie. I think it's the best Marvel film in some time, but it did lose money. But it will probably be very successful on streaming, as some of these movies are. People forget a lot of these movies that we loved back in the day, they didn't do as well in the theaters, but they did really well on streaming, which is a factor. Is it disappointing? Yes. But also, the fact that the Thunderbolts got this much money at all is pretty remarkable, considering its only brand recognition is association with Marvel. Which is a big thing. Movies are expensive, too. They're very pricey. Looking across the board, movies everywhere are suffering. All movies that aren't for kids are suffering. Mission Impossible then is the next, and that was a big flop financially. Lost them a lot of money. Final Destination, Bloodlines, that got them some money. And Mufasa the Lion King, which didn't even come out this year, is number 9. And Dogman. So right now you got Lilo and Stitch, Cap 4, Thunderbolts, Mufasa. Those are 4 of the top 10, and they all belong to Disney. They're all doing fine. They own the box office, essentially, along with Minecraft. But Lilo and Stitch can still catch up to Minecraft still. It's a long summer. Dogman's still there. Snow White, that's at 11. That was a big flop. That makes sense. What people don't understand is that the problem is not Marvel. The problem is the theater industry collectively. It's across the board. It's not just Marvel. Everyone is suffering. That's a major thing people don't realize. Dogman at 10, I'm surprised. Did not expect that. And move some super chats real quick. Shadowlands, he did not just call Thunderbolts a flop. I'm mad. I mean, unfortunately, it was a flop. In a technical sense. But it was a great film. I really love Thunderbolts. But it is financially a flop. It will find its audience, though. Once it's on streaming, it will find its audience. People are going to be like, how did we let this fail? This, that, and the third. It's going to be a big deal. I guarantee it. Okay, cool. By Jeppy Adara. Cult classics failed in theaters, i.e. Pulp Fiction. 100%. Shawshank also failed in theaters too, I might add. That's a big deal. But yeah, no, it didn't do financially well, but that's not everything. I think the film's really good, and it's a sign the film's going in a good direction. If the Fantastic Four carries up momentum, that's fantastic. And by all accounts, Fantastic Four and Superman are set to make a lot more money than either the Thunderbolts or Captain America. In fact, some box office estimates predict Fantastic Four will make almost all the money that Captain America 4 made domestically in its opening weekend, which is interesting. I hope it does, because I really want the movie to succeed, but hey, you know what? What are you going to do? Anyway, back to this.
This over with quick, because I don't want to waste any more time on this trash than I absolutely have to. So the show picks up with nobody's favourite character, Riri Williams, a grad student at MIT who's been busted helping other students cheat on their exams for money.
She's not a grad student, first off. She's just a student, but okay.
Riri's angry because she wants more resources to make Iron Man tech available to everyone and become even more famous than Tony Stark, who apparently only succeeded because he was a billionaire. What the fuck? You've already been given a free scholarship at the most prestigious university in the entire country and 4 years of funding to construct your very own Iron Man suit, and that's still not enough for you?
No, because she has to build the scale. That's her point. She wants to build a scale, so she needs the money to build to scale. That's the problem. She needs the resources to build her ideas to scale. That's the big issue. Also, I'm not sure if you realize this. Tony Stark was able to build all of his stuff with a box of scraps, but the box of scraps were his own arsenal he already spent billions and trillions of dollars producing. He built them with tech that he built to scale based on the resources that he had at the time. So yeah, Tony Stark being a billionaire was the only way he could become Iron Man, because it was the only way he could have the resources through the Jericho missiles to build an Iron Man suit. So yeah. Also, Tony Stark wanted to build more to scale also. His first Iron Man suit is a rough estimate of an Iron Man suit. And with limited technology, Riri is able to build an advanced Iron Man suit similar to the one he built after leaving the cave with a box of scraps. Keep in mind, that box of scraps thing, that suit, that rough metal thing, it's a very weak Iron Man suit. It's very rough. It's very crude. It's not the Iron Man suit that you know about. And he's able to make a small arc reactor that he immediately upgrades when having access to technology that's reasonable, that he has access to his stuff. He makes a crude arc reactor, but he needs a good one. And he makes a good one thanks to his billions of dollars. Keep in mind, Riri still can't make an arc reactor. She can't make renewable resources for communities, which is what she wants to do. This entire read of Ironheart through this lens is completely fragmented. There is no context there's a lot of context you leave out. A lot of context you leave out. And again, everyone's saying Tony Stark wanted to build a suit around the world. Riri is doing that. His suit around the world turned out to be Ultron. That turned out great. So yeah, she's trying a different path that might be more successful at that. Hey, what are you going to do? Penguin is better than most MCU programs. I agree with that. Totally. Yeah, Shadowlands. Going to theaters is just too expensive, objectively. Yeah, it really is. Theaters are overpriced, quite frankly, So, so here's the thing. He gets all offended that a teenage girl wants to be cool. I wonder what he thinks about Luffy from One Piece, saying, I want to be king of the pirates and the best pirate ever, and, talks about being better than Goldie Roger and being better than Whitebeard and all that as like an ambition, because he is just so driven to succeed. I wonder if he considers that being, he goes like, what the fuck? Whitebeard had a crew with such and such with the earthquake powers, Of course, So, a little ridiculous. Also, Riri loses access to the Wakandan tech she initially uses to build her stuff. In fact, I see you use clips of her working with Wakandan resources. So she now knows what she can do with the right tech when given the right stuff. And she can't do that with what she currently has. That's a big deal as well. So, I digress.
Realize how many people would literally kill to be in your position right now? Do you realize how fucking ridiculously arrogant and entitled this makes you look? Also, I hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but there's a very obvious reason why Iron Man suits aren't widely available in this world, and if you stop to think about it for just a second, I'm pretty sure you'll figure it out too. Anyway, when Riri rightfully...
What's your point? That they're destructive? Yeah, but that's not... Okay, Drinker, here's the problem. Riri has an Iron Man suit. She made it. That's not the problem. She doesn't need the money to make the Iron Man suit. She needs to make technology affordable to rescue workers, to firefighters. That's her intention. To mass produce armor for rescue services. It's in the first episode, dude. It's in this scene. The scene you're showing is where Riri says she wants to build suits for rescue workers and firefighters, which then puts into contrast the whole fact she works with criminals to get the money for it. Like, dude, what are you doing? You just watch the freaking show. You're leaving out a ton of context there for your audience. Azarius Daniels, I work at a theater. This stuff is expensive and I get free tickets. Yeah, I used to work at a theater too, so I know what you mean. But I worked back when Man of Steel came out, so it's gotten way worse since then.
Gets expelled for causing massive property damage and subverting the school exam system, she does the logical thing and steals the Iron Man suit that she already built with university funding and takes it for herself.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah, but she owns that suit. She bought it herself. That's not through university money. That's the suit she developed with the money she got selling stuff to other kids. Remember that part? You remember that part? What the reason she gets expelled in the first place? She bought it with that resources, not with MIT's resources. It all belongs to her. That's hers. She doesn't steal it. That's literally her own tech. So, you're lying again. That's 2 lies in 5 seconds. What do you know?
You know, for a show that's all about challenging racial stereotypes, you're really not sending out the message you think you are with this one. Anyway.
But it's not about challenging racial stereotypes. It's a show about a black girl. It's not about challenging stereotypes. It's a show about a brilliant black girl who resorts to dark ends to get her to accomplish her dreams. It's not about challenging any stereotypes. It's about a black person. Why you act like it has to be some challenge? So, there you go.
Anyway, back home in Chicago, she clones her own brain to make an AI for the suit, which I guess is something you can just do now, and it somehow morphs into her dead friend Natalie, who got killed in a drive-by shooting years earlier. And how exactly can I describe Natalie? Well, imagine Jarvis, but now he's an insufferable twat with the personality of an abrasive teenage girl from the hood who constantly fucks things up for the main character.
I'm sorry, the hood? She's not from it's the suburbs of Chicago, dude. Like, it's not even bad suburbs. It's just a normal suburb. What are you talking about? Like, there's nothing about the neighborhood that looks like particularly, like, dangerous. Yeah, there's a drive-by shooting that happens at the garage where her stepdad works. But they don't necessarily live in the hood. They're just not super well off. But they're also not in the hood. Come on, man. Again, like, he's the only one... Let me take the shirt off. It's getting kind of hot in here. He's the only one bringing up all this, like, random stuff. Like, have you ever... Like, dude, let me be honest with you. Do you even know what the hood is? Like, do you really know what the hood is? Like, I'm white as shit, and I know that that's not the hood. You kidding? And again, insufferable. She's just a girl. Like, she's just a fun... Like, what's insufferable about her? She just talks. She has fun. She's excited. Their friendship dynamic is really good. That's the thing, too, that I find very strange. these grifters always say, "Oh, this character's insufferable. They're so terrible." Then you watch the show and it's like, "Oh, they just laugh a little bit too loud once or twice." So they have a few inside jokes. Yeah, bro said Jarvis but black. Yeah, exactly. Just like, okay, come on, guys. So like, so here's the thing that's interesting. So the characters have to be better representation for black people, or they're in the hood, according to Critical Drinker. And there's no middle ground. They have to be both or neither at all. It's like, come on, man. What are you talking about?
I just can't, man. Fuck. Anyway, Riri's trying to scrape together enough money to repair her suit. Life is hard when you actually have to work and pay for stuff, isn't it? When she's approached by a guy named Parker, who offers the chance to join his ethnically and sexually diverse criminal gang, including this, unique individual.
He's a drag queen. I think he uses he, him pronouns, right? Drag queen. Drag queen. There's nothing that particularly unusual about him.
What even is this show, man? In return for using...
It's amazing how the existence of a drag queen is enough to make him, like, completely break down, even though this person has been around for years. Like, come on. Like, here's the thing. Here's how you know Critical Drinker is... Oh, slugs, they, them. I'm so sorry. They, them. Cool. So, they, them. So, they're, the problem is, right there, is that Drinker is, like, immediately... non-binary person exists. This show is the absolute worst. So much identity politics. But, like, the character exists in the background, barely talks, is a hacker. Do you know how many trans women are computer hackers? Like, I've met computer hackers and programmers. Half of them are trans women. Like, or autistic, one of the two. Like, they're almost all trans women, for the most part. Not almost all, that's an exaggeration, but a lot of them are. Acting as though it's so unusual to find a computer programmer who's not cis is ridiculous. Frankly. But secondly, it's a very well-known drag queen who's very successful and has had a long career. So much so, there is another Marvel character inspired by this drag queen. Who was made back in the Iceman series back in 2018, 2019. I'm seeing people talk about like Marvel getting lazy with nanotech. Well, if you don't like nanotech, you're gonna love Ironheart because the effects are practical a lot of the time. There is a real Iron Man suit that they built for this show, and it's fantastic. And again, like what's he actually said? Let's analyze what he said so far. He said that Riri is trying to get money to build an Iron Man suit. That's already false. She's trying to build her technology that she can give to rescue workers. Mass producing. Oh, hey, you work for your money, this, that, and the third. She got the MIT, dude. She can work. The problem is she doesn't earn enough money to finance advanced technology. Let's see Critical Drinker try financing advanced technology with his paycheck. You know, that's not going to work out. Realistically, you can't afford that. You need a lot of investment dollars to get that across. So yeah, already, problem there. Secondly, he's just wrong about some things. Like, she didn't steal the Iron Man suit. It's her suit. She paid for it herself. Through her hard-earned money that she earned working on campus. Because the resources for MIT just weren't enough to fund her objectives. Like, this review is just terrible, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is the suburbs. Like, this takes place in Chicago suburbs, not the hoods. First off, Critical Drinker has never been into Chicago, I'm pretty sure. He has no idea what he's talking about. It's completely ridiculous.
Her Iron Man suit to help them steal from people, she'll get all the money and resources she needs. And because stealing and breaking the law is only bad if other people do it, Riri immediately accepts his offer. Like,
this show emphasizes it's a bad idea. It's basically a deal with the devil. Which is funny, considering he then makes everyone sign contracts that maybe are actually deals with the devil. Like, it's clearly the idea that the criminals are bad. Like, this is clearly not good. And the fact it gets worse and worse and worse as the 3 episodes go on is proof it's really bad. And at no point is Riri ever given like a loose leash on that. Natalie tells her, you're in some danger. Xavier, the friend, Natalie's brother, who, you know, he's like, you're in some shit you gotta watch out for. The fact that, you know, freaking Eric Andre gets killed off, you know? Like, all of this is like very clearly, hey, this is a bad idea. You shouldn't do this, but you're so eager for the reward, you're not seeing the risks in front of you until it's too late. It's great. Adrian Parchman, Ant vs. the Internet. They had it coming. That's how it is. That's how it is. Here's the other thing, too. You're taking all these scenes out of context from the show's framing. You're saying, oh, this happens, and maybe it kind of happens, and then you're taking away all the context the show provides to provide your own. Yeah, Eric Andre is funny as hell, I think. Oh, his name's Rampage. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like, it's Rampage, actually. Love that.
You realize you could just take this kind of technology to any major tech firm in the country and they'd give you so much cash you could swim in it, right? Or how...
No, she couldn't. She was at MIT and then sold that technology, and MIT saw it, and it never got out of MIT. This isn't the problem is she hasn't made the technology that makes her iconic yet, that she can sell. Everything she's doing is a redesign of something someone else did. That's not really special anymore. It's been years in the canon of the show since Tony Stark made an Iron Man suit. There is nothing special about Riri making another one. Unless she can build to scale, make it affordable to mass produce, which she just hasn't yet. That's what she's working for. Mass produced suits, which hopefully go better than the mass produced Evas, but I digress.
About Wakanda, they seem like they'd be more than happy to have someone of your talents on boards. But nah, it's better.
Wakanda would want someone like her. Did you not see the movie? The Black Panther Wakanda Forever? Did you not see that? Did you not see that movie where Riri worked in Wakanda and then they wouldn't let her take any tech home with her because it was owned by Wakanda and had vibranium in it? Did you not see that? Did you not see that? Did you not see the movie it's based on? That your entire career is spent talking about movies, especially Marvel films and DC and Star Wars and all that, and you forgot like a key plot point. The show even says, "Hey, you did an internship abroad," referencing Wakanda. You didn't pick up on that detail. That was something you missed, buddy. You're either grifting to a gullible audience, or you're lying, quite frankly. Or you're just forgetting, which is a possible option too. But the problem is, if you're forgetting, then I don't know why you're trustworthy to anyone. The guy 493, thank you for being a member for 11 months. And by the way, if you want to be a member of my channel, you absolutely can. Just have a one-time payment as a member, and you can join. Wait, Riri's suit's a physical prop? Okay, I'm sold. So in some shots, it's a CGI model, like when she's flying and all that. But when it's stationary on the ground, it's a physical prop. Yeah, just like the original Iron Man suits were. It's fantastic. David Deister, did you see the new documentary called The Real Thunderbolt Story? Justice, like lightning, by B-Mask. I did not see that, actually. I'll have to take a look at that later. I'll make a note of that. I'll take a look. I'm curious. I've not seen that. Crispy Draws. I wonder if Riri mass producing the Iron Man suits would lead to armor wars with her and Rhodey. And that could be it. That could be what they're going for. I'm not sure. That would be cool, though, if they did that. Gensai Kuroki. So I keep saying your name wrong. I was saying Karaki. Like, that's not, it's like Kuroki. I hate Chud Slop so much. These guys are like an unholy union of CinemaSins and tabloids. They have poisoned the well of media discourse to a staggering degree. 100%. Half the comments I got in my Ironheart video were about the Ironheart show. the Ironheart show did not come out until after the Ironheart video I made came out. And they're saying, oh, how could you defend the Ironheart show? I'm like, buddy, this isn't even about the Ironheart show. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, I digress.
Better to throw your hand in with a bunch of retarded criminals you've never even met before, led by a man so obviously shady he's literally wearing a villain's pantomime cape, on the vague promise of financial rewards later.
What, are you retarded?
Oh yeah, and she also
Fine,
hooks
bless
up with a black market arms dealer who for some reason is a total pussy that immediately caves into her demands, gives her everything she wants, and acts like a complete simp for the rest of the show.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, a simp. Like the time he blackmails her after gaining confidence in himself. Or like, talks about, tells her that, basically threatens that he'll expose her to her mom, if he doesn't cooperate with him. That's a simp for the rest of the show, because you've seen the whole show, of course, just the first 2 episodes you've seen, but I digress.
Oh my goodness, what are the chances that the one and only white guy in this show would turn out to be a completely submissive pussy? This stuff just writes itself, doesn't it? Anyway.
But by that logic, what do you think about him blackmailing her? Also, he's not technically the only white person. Obadiah Stane's ashes are there too, and they're pretty white. Anyway,
They complete their first heist together, but Riri starts to get suspicious of Parker and begins to question the mysterious hood he's always wearing, which triggers a chain reaction of mistrust, revelations, and revenge that threatens to tear the gang apart. But will Riri be able to stop Parker and free him from the control of the hood, or will his dark powers destroy all of them?
wait, control? There's no control over the hood in this case. He's doing everything on his own. At no point does Riri ever mention breaking Parker free of the hood. And yes, there's Eric Andre. Eric Andre's in this show for a bit, and he dies. Spoilers, he gets killed. Also, yeah, Duke from Community is white too. He was in the previous MCU show. So, like, you're not even figuring out the conflict of this yet. It's not. She doesn't care about breaking free. She cares about surviving at this point in the game.
The answer, of course, is who the fuck cares? Watching the first 3 episodes of this absolute dross was like some weird exercise in self-flagellation. It truly is something unique in the MCU, combining the worst aspects of everything we've come to hate about this franchise. The pandering and heavy-handed racial politics of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the trite and predictable girl bossing of the Marvels and Wakanda Forever, the moral flexibility of Black Widow, where doing horrible things is just fine if you happen to tick the right diversity boxes, and the cringe-inducing attempts at humor of, well, everything they've done since Endgame, really. This thing makes Rob...
Okay, but here's the thing. The show criticizes flexible morality throughout the whole thing. All the characters criticize Riri for joining the criminal gang. The criminal gang are being misled by, the hood already. They're treated like idiots because they're foolishly following this obviously evil guy. There are no discussions of racial politics. At no point do any of the characters discuss racial politics in the whole show. They're just black, and they act like a black community. That's it. There's no elements where they talk about like injustice or anything like that. They're just talking about, hey, this person has no financial resources to, she doesn't have the financial resources that Tony Stark has. That's not racial. That's just class equality. There are some jokes about Ezekiel Stane being a white guy in a black neighborhood sometimes, but like, that's all well and good. That's not a big deal. At no point do any of them discuss that. Also, quite frankly, there's not a whole lot of jokes in this show. There's some humor, sure, but at no point is it jokey. It's a little more grounded. That's been a big criticism we've seen off on the critical side too, that it's a little slow. It's a little boring at times, not because there's not stuff happening, but because it's so grounded day-to-day life conversations. Like a lot of the humor is very naturalistic. And that's to say, normal people just cracking jokes sometimes, but like a normal person joke, like a normal riff back and forth, like busting chops and all that. There's very few genuine joke Marvel jokes you think of typically in the show. Even Eric Andre doesn't tell a lot of jokes. You would think Eric Andre would be the one cracking the most jokes, but he's actually kind of like subdued in the show a little bit. It's very strange. Also, didn't you like write a bunch of crime thrillers, Drinker? You should know that a heist story is a pretty good structure to have. Yeah, there's some lame jokes in good MCU films. There's a ton of lame jokes. As long as a couple are good, that's all that matters. Also, Buddy, moral ambiguity. Tell me, how did Tony Stark make his billions of dollars again? What was his family's company? What were they doing? They were doing something. What was it? It was that's right, arms dealing. Yeah, that's right. And Girl Boss, well, Riri, thankfully, is far less accomplished in the MCU than she is in the comics. She is a character who, quite frankly, has struggled every step of the way. She is always out of her element. She is definitely no Girl Boss. In her first heist, she almost gets killed. In her first flight, she crashes like a rock out of the sky. Like, she is definitely not a Girl Boss. That's the buzzword you choose because you can't think of anything else to say, quite frankly. Mr. Bandana on Head. Off topic, do you have a Twitch? Maybe Rivals or the games? I feel like it would be a good vibe. Shout out to Yahara Zaid on YouTube. Great media criticism. That's fair. I have a Twitch, but I don't really use it all that often. I might use it in the future, I think. Just play some games and unwind. Anyway, yeah, Tony Stark's weapons were purchased, his loyal customers were purchased by terrorists, by the 10 Rings, by the Mandarin's own men, you know? And it's very interesting how that works out. I don't know. The whole movie is about Stark having a second lease on life. Oh, and then he builds Ultron. And that's a thing that happens, isn't it? So, again, very good. Angels Out in Gaming. I can't imagine Eric Andre being serious. I didn't say he was serious, but I say he was subdued. I meant to say. He's not... I meant to say subdued, not really serious. He's more down to earth. Again, the humor is more naturalistic than super cringe.
Robin in the Hood looked like a masterpiece of urban fantasy. Parker's gang is the most laughable collection of hapless retards I've seen assembled on screen since Zack Snyder last made a movie. Riri has all the charm and likability of Rachel Zegler, only without the singing ability. The show even makes a point of her not wanting to diss Tony Stark, implying that she actually could and should verbally destroy him, but chooses not to in her magnanimous wisdom.
What are you even talking about, dude? She doesn't want to criticize Tony Stark because her stepdad loved Tony Stark. Hell, the whole reason she does anything is because her dad loved Tony Stark. Also, almost all of those characters barely appear in a given episode. The entire gang, they have like a couple lines of dialogue every episode, and then they just do a little thing. And they're basically part of the crew. They're barely in a given episode. Like, I don't get what the point is here. They barely play a role in the story. They're very much set dressing in a given scene to facilitate the actual stuff going on. Further, you're only using Rachel Zegler as an example because you know your audience reacts to the words Rachel Zegler. It's like a Pavlovian dog whistle, you know? They only respond to certain buzzwords. Otherwise, you lose your audience. And yeah, you have heard the R slur about 12 times because Drinker knows nothing else. He has to resort to basic language to explain his ideas.
Me, I don't know what kind of humiliation ritual Hollywood's putting Alden Ehrenreich through after Solo, but it can't possibly be worth it to appear in trash like this. His character is eventually revealed to be the son of Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man, because of course he is, but he doesn't want to follow in his dad's footsteps, which is why he's become a black market arms dealer. Wait, what? Also, you can absolutely tell this show was commissioned during a very different time in American culture, from the murals of dead community members, to the Black Lives Matter posters, to the constant reminders that things are just so much harder for people like Riri because of how she was born. It's actually kind of crazy.
No, because she doesn't have billions of dollars. That's what they're talking about. She's not rich. That's what it is, buddy.
Now, to think that stuff like this was once shockingly close to becoming the norm in cinema. But that was then, and this is now, and the cultural zeitgeist has well and truly moved on, leaving behind shows like Ironheart as dated relics of a time most people would rather forget. If there's anyone from Marvel who happens to be watching this video, and you're wondering why all your new projects are failing and your franchise is falling apart, well, the answer is right here in front of you. It's because of shit like Ironheart. Preachy, unimaginative, derivative, low-effort crap, recycling ideas that have already been done far better, only with a DEI paint job slathered all over it. It's the very worst of everything audiences dislike about your brand now, and it's the reason you're probably gonna have 3 failed movies in a row this year. I don't know what it would have cost to shit-can Ironheart forever, but trust me, it absolutely would have been worth it.
Name a single scene where they mention DEI initiatives or diversity in general. One scene in the whole first 3 episodes. Name one. I mean, I'm talking to a computer screen, so I don't expect the drinker to emerge out of the screen and just start naming scenes, but name a scene. Name a specific scene. We can go back and take a look at the clip if you want. Name one scene where it's discussed. Name one scene where that's discussed. Also, the dead community members, it's her stepdad he's talking about. A mural of her stepdad by his old shop where he got killed. That's what he's referring to. A memorial to the man where he worked. That's his extreme diversity thing. And it wasn't like a racially motivated killing. It was a random act of violence. At this time, we have no idea why the drive-by happened. It could have been a target of some kind. Who knows? Maybe he was involved in some crime. We don't know. But at the current time, it's seemingly random. The characters feel it's random. So you should know that, hey, that's something interesting. It's a reminder to Riri of what she lost in the place where she lost it when she was at that place. Source of trauma for her. It's a big point. It's one of the reasons why she's so hesitant to go home from MIT. It's actually kind of bizarre how desperate the critical drinker is to slander this show based on using buzzwords that aren't even referenced in the show itself. The fact that the show features diverse characters is apparently so severe that he has to laugh at its very existence. That's kind of sad. That's kind of pathetic if you ask me, because he's not even talking about the show. He hasn't really talked much about what the show does. He's had to make up what the show's about and then create a narrative for his audience to convince them that the show is somehow this terrible, terrible thing. Even though at no point does he actually ever engage with the ideas presented. And it's very pathetic. And it's only going to get downhill from here. Guaranteed. Let's look at some super chats, because the last 2 minutes aren't going to change anything. Okay. Nick Wolf. How is Drinker not a Snyder fan? Shocked Pikachu. Yeah, right? He doesn't like Zack Snyder all that much, because Zack Snyder badmouthed Geeks and Gamers, I think, a few times. So I think that's the reason why. Was it Bernard? Is it just me, or does every Drinker video start blending together? He keeps cycling through the same clips and talking points over and over again. Oh, no, trust me, it's not just you. That's all he has. He has nothing but the same talking points every single time. He doesn't say anything different. He doesn't talk in a unique fashion. He just says exactly what he needs to say for his audience again and again and again and again. It's always DEI, it's always diversity quota, it's always girl boss. If there's a girl there, it has to be a girl boss. It's either Brie Larson or Rachel Zegler, who's the devil, apparently. It's always diversity. He has to make up what's going on in the film to justify to his audience why it's bad. Or just point and laugh at a person who's different, because that's a substitute for criticism now. Nothing the critical drinker has ever said has ever come close to remotely being useful criticism. And if you need more further proof that he's not somebody you say if you need further proof he's somebody you should not take seriously as a reviewer, as a critic, just watch his movie or read his books, and it will prove right away the man has an ego inflated by unnecessary means. But again, he is the most successful grifter for a reason. He at least has a personality that's distinct from everyone else. Azarias Daniels. He wants the MCU to be what it never was, straight and white. I wonder how he feels about the Running Man reboot trailer. Well, he probably feels nothing about it because he won't acknowledge it. Also, the Birdman has mentioned this before. It took a very long time for the drinker to acknowledge that Sinners existed. And he only acknowledged it on his secondary channel, not his mainstream one. Probably so people would stop asking him, where's the Sinners review? One of the most successful films of the entire year, and it is way more diverse and way more focused on diverse politics than anything in Ironheart. That movie is very in-depth with its ideas, as opposed to this, which is simply put, a show about an underprivileged person trying to get some money and undergoes some illegal activity to get there. He has to make it the scapegoat for all of his ideas. But again, you can see where it's artificial because he's very, very hesitant to go into specifics. When Riri in the comics was being criticized, there were scenes that people would take and extrapolate and talk about how bad this scene is, how terrible it is, yes, that, and the third. But, those were specific scenes. Those were specific moments. He doesn't have those here. And that's clear. All right, so right now, Drinker, he's not doing a good job. Who's next? Oh, Nerdrotic. Great. I'm sure this will be fantastic. All right, this time we go to Nerdrotic. We'll see what his opinions are. I hazard a guess it might be very similar. Let me ask a question here to the chat. Let's engage with my audience using these. Let's do a poll real quick. Whose review will be worse? Drinkers. Nerdrotics. Chat, tell me who's worse. Also, Adrian Parchman, thank you for super chat. Never heard of the channel G.I. Ever heard of the channel G.I.G.O.? He has a lot of superhero videos. I don't know that channel, actually. I'm not sure anyway. Yeah, dude can't show context because even with a brain cell would tear him apart. Yeah, exactly. Well, he's been roasted for his Thunderbolts review. I didn't even bother with that one because Birdman covered that one perfectly. 15 minutes of the episodes 4 through 6 releases. That is true. We will probably not be watching them on this stream because YouTube would tear this channel down in a heartbeat if I just played all of Disney's movie on YouTube live. But if you want to go and watch it, that's fine here. Don't say any spoilers in chat if possible, because people in chat haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. I can live with spoilers, but I'd rather that not be spoiled in chat for everyone else. Nerdrotic is winning by a lot. I think that's something I agree with. I'm going to end the poll here. Yeah, I'm suspecting Nerdrotic's going to be the worst review too. I think, at least with The Critical Drinker, his style is entertaining enough for his base where it's entertaining enough to watch. This is going to be painful to sit through because he's going to be boring as shit. Let's get into it.
Back as brilliant engineer Riri. Is that right? Riri Williams.
How do you think Ironheart will shift the narrative for the coming generations?
Yikes.
I love that lyric. Looks like us, you know what I mean? Long nails, long hair, popping out here.
After starting on a Marvel show, where do I go from here?
It's directed by 2 black women.
Black girl magic!
I think we have a very special message. I think you gotta recognize who this is.
For 400 years, that word has kept us down. Took a whole lot of...
Come on, get to the review.
Oh my god, thank you.
Never go for a retard.
Nerdrotic.com. Friends, Disney Marvel's had a rough time of late. It's been almost a year since the release of Deadpool and Wolverine, the billion-dollar box office smash, and as predicted, it was just an anomaly and it would be right back to the regular scheduled Disney Marvel programming, and it's been all downhill from there. Despite Bob Iger repeatedly saying over years when it comes to Disney Marvel that they were going to start focusing on quality over quantity, over the last 9 months, the opposite has happened as Disney Marvel has put out a steady sewage stream of slop featuring A and B list characters that even comic book fans would have a hard time caring about.
Yes, comic fans have a hard time caring about Spider-Man. That obscure character, Spider-Man, you ever hear of him? Oh my god, yeah. Agatha All Along's pretty good, though. I will say that. That's a very good show. Thunderbolts was also really good. Did they sell? Not so much. Though Agatha All Along did do well in terms of streaming numbers. I think Spider-Man, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man did pretty well, too. The narrative that Marvel is failing is very specific. Because, again, as we said earlier on, Marvel is not the problem. The problem is the entire domestic box office. Again, just repeating this here for everyone who's come in late. The domestic box office this year has been fucking abysmal, quite frankly. These movies are not doing well in general. The most successful was aside from Sinners, which is doing really well, actually. You got How to Train Your Dragon. And then you got Captain America Brave New World at 5. But top two, Minecraft and Lilo and Stitch. Those are the two best movies of the year, and they're both films aimed for children. Children's movies are doing really, really well right now. Everything else is having a hard time. Everything else. Except for Sinners, which is interesting. That's the issue. Everyone who says, oh, it's the MCU's falling. Well, the MCU is declining, sure. But, like, it's not just the MCU. You're looking at too small a window. This is a trend we've been seeing more and more, where an increasingly small number of films do really well. And even then, I don't think Minecraft or Lilo and Stitch have broken 1 billion worldwide. It's not simply just, oh, hey, Marvel is doing bad. It's everything's doing bad. That's a big factor at play here. Detective Lizard, in a world full of critical drinkers, thank you for being a voice of reason, Anthony. I've been really enjoying your videos and streams. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's hard to watch all this absurdity and not go, okay, guys, let's take a step back here. Let's look at the big picture. And the big picture is this. Snow White, yeah, you were right. Snow White failed. Snow White was an objective failure. Did not do well at all. Abysmal. But Captain America and the Thunderbolts, they're 5 and 6 in the year so far. 5 and 6. That means that of all the films to come out, they did pretty well in the market share. But the whole market has dipped. That's the issue. So I digress.
That are radically altered in some form or another, be it the passing of a mantle or just an outright race and gender swap, so these characters can reflect the...
Wait, no. What do you mean race and gender swap? Hang on. Who's gender swapped? Okay, you got Spider-Man. He's still white.
Just an outright race and gender swap.
Nico is still Nico. No change there. Still gay, like in the comics. Still not white, like in the comics. A minor character you don't really know all that well. Maybe. Filipino now. But no gender swaps. There's no gender swaps here. They're all the same gender as in the comics. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
So these characters can reflect the Los Angeles that they live in today. We've got...
Oh, that's Hollywood.
Theater Kids Marvel with Agatha All Along.
The gayest project Marvel has ever done.
Yup.
Which admit...
Again, that's someone else talking about it.
Admittedly is the best performing Disney Marvel thing since Deadpool and Wolverine, coming in 45th on the Nielsen Top 100.
Yeah, well, there's no accounting for taste.
But after that, Captain African American flopped, Daredevil flopped, the Thunderbolts flopped. And you know the House of Mouse and Marvel, the House of Out of Ideas, was...
Well, actually, let's take a look at that real quick, because they keep saying that Captain America 4 flopped. Let's take a look at that real quick. Flop or hit. Let's take a look. So, according to Clownfish TV, it's a flop, but that was released like as it was still airing. Let's take a look real quick right here. A lot of clickbait here I'm looking for. Let's look at box office numbers versus actual finances. They're saying it's a flop financially, but they actually take a look at the budget here. So usually good rule of thumb is 2.5 times the budget is typically good. So it looks like it grossed 415 million, right? So 180, let's take a look at that. 180 times 2.5, that's going to be, yeah, it's 450. So it lost a little bit of money, which is okay. That's a little rough. But then it went on numbers on Disney Plus, which helps on that front. But again, it's not that big a flop. It's maybe lost a little bit of money, but it's in that range of potential success. And that's not accounting for all the tax breaks it got too along the way. Don't forget that. What we got here? The Guy 493. Minecraft may have done well, but I wonder how much of that profit went to repairing theater damage it cost. Yeah, quite a bit. Quite a bit. Dalbert Tran. Nerdrotic and CD made 4chan rhetoric sound more palatable to the average viewer. But anyone who knows dog whistling knows these YouTubers are racist. Yeah, 100%. No, they're very racist. Fred Skull. Gather around, little edgelords. Let me tell you a story of DEI, wokeness, and failed Disney. The story is 100% true, even though it's all lies, basically. Jess is dead. TBH, I just want these shows... I just want to watch these shows in spite of these people, even if I don't like them. That's fair too, but I do recommend watching things you enjoy, personally. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Azarius Daniels, what do you think of Daredevil Born Again? I don't think he liked it. Though I think he's glossing over it a little bit because of all the shows that come out, I think it's pretty decent.
Expecting at least one win in there. A win they didn't get. And this brings us to Ironheart. Maybe Kevin Feige was thinking he could sneak this in between a couple of hits. Turns out that was
not a great plan.
Not only not a great plan, the worst plan in the history of plans. If you recall, Ironheart was announced on December 10th, 2020, and filming was completed in November of 2022. And then Kevin Feige actually watched it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
And after 2.5 years and almost a dozen attempts to re-edit this turd, they could delay it no longer, and they finally released a trailer in the shortest amount of time in Marvel's history and herstory between any MCU project's first trailer and its release date.
Iconic.
Which was ratioed into oblivion for good reason.
Iconic.
Because it turns out adapting an unpopular character from an unpopular comic that was canceled multiple times.
Iconic.
And then deciding to have the genius idea to adapt it into a television show that cost between $100 and $150 million.
Oh, that's a little it cost? Huh. It's not bad. Looks really good for that much money. You kidding? Huh. Nice. Oh, Nostalgic Nerd 90. The comics wasn't good and didn't do well. Yeah, the comics were not good and didn't do well. I didn't like the comics for Riri Williams. I have a whole video about that. The comic character is not that good. No argument there. I don't like the Invincible Iron Man comics. I don't like Ironheart as a character for the comics all that much. But I also read the comics, so I know what they were like. Canceled multiple times. Well, no, they weren't canceled multiple times. Because Ironheart appeared in Invincible Iron Man. Invincible Iron Man was never canceled. It was relaunched after Civil War, but it was the same crew, just relaunched with a different number. So, already, bit of an issue there.
Coincidentally greenlighting it right after the event.
The only comic he referenced was the Eve Ewing comic, which was canceled eventually, but still did pretty decently in terms of numbers for a new comic, for an untested character.
So the Summer of Love, purely as a virtue signal, adds to the Olympus Mons of evidence that Bob Iger and Kevin Feige
don't know what the they're doing.
And despite Kevin Feige himself reportedly saying that Marvel feels more like homework than entertainment,
This is 4 minutes into the review and you haven't talked about the show yet. Get to the fucking point.
Ironheart requires homework, but it's really not that much. According to Disney Plus, all you need to watch is Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and What If. But there is some good news. You don't have to watch any of that. or this show. So after almost a half a decade from conception to excretion, Ironheart has arrived. And unsurprisingly, we have to break this meme out one more time because our expectations were low, but holy f***. Keeping in mind, Kevin Feige in these last 5 years had every opportunity to shit-can this for the write-off, but instead he made the worst mistake imaginable by actually releasing it. And no, it's not being undersold. After 3 episodes, this is by far the worst live-action Marvel ever made. It is.
Are you seriously going with this? You're saying it's worse than Secret Invasion. You're honestly going with it's worse than Secret Invasion, which was a load of garbage. Like, this is the most hyperbolic thing. And here's the problem, too. All that time talking, almost none of what he can say is actually able to be backed up by facts. The show was delayed multiple times. That is true. But notice how he doesn't have any source saying it was re-edited all that time. Yeah, I think we need to speed through this one. He's grating. He is so annoying. Like, the problem is just, I'm going to go to 1.5. Because he just keeps going on and on and on and doesn't actually say anything of value. There's no actual critical analysis here, which is a problem. And again, his own speculation is slipped in with facts. This is a reason why Nerdrotic is not as successful as Critical Drinker. Critical Drinker gets to the point. That's a big factor. Oh my goodness. Like, I'm editing a video right now and I feel like I get to the point like within a few minutes, like a minute for an hour-long video. This is like 18 minutes and 5 minutes in. That's a third of the video right there. Hasn't even talked to the show yet. Come on. Get to the point. It's all fluff. Because you have nothing to say.
Is indeed the Marvel's acolyte, although maybe not as funny. At best, it's 25 minutes of content stretched across an hour and a half, not counting the 18 minutes collectively of credits, which were sweet relief. The show can be best described as boring, frequently interrupted with the purest forms of cringe, and unintentionally hilarious due to the portrayal of diverse characters in the most stereotypical way possible. I've put this off long enough. Let's talk about Ironheart. Now, credit where credit is due, a show that clearly knows it's one and done, doesn't waste any time, and alienates the audience right off the bat, because this is how it starts.
Here we go, okay. Just to let you know, your girlfriend be bigger than John's. Right. Bigger than Gates. Right. Bigger than Penn. Right. Bigger than Stark. Yeah. Come on.
No. The only thing your girl...
Kids being kids. What's the point?
Finna be is as big of a failure as the Marvels. But to be fair, she could potentially be as big of a villain as Bill Gates. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Riri's friend Natalie says this.
What do you want? More than anything. I like the thorn in his hammer.
And his hammer? Well, I guess that's on brand for Disney.
You flick too hard, damn it!
Anyway, most of the first episode is dedicated to getting to know Riri Williams, and I gotta say up front, she is the definition of grace and humility.
I'm here because I can be the greatest inventor of my generation. I'm gonna need the equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great. Due respect, Detroit, what do I get out of matriculation? Some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window and a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like? I want to build something undeniable. You want me to be small, but I refuse.
Now it's here where she gets called out on her and it's all...
Again, here's the problem with all this whole discussion. He's acting like that's a character. Okay, so here's the thing. Every single character who's an inventor in Marvel wants something great. They want something iconic. That's a thing with all these characters. But when Riri says it, that she has ambitions and dreams and feels restricted by reality, he acts like it's something insufferable. Again, here's the thing. Riri's able to back it up. That's the big thing. But also, the show pushes back. Her ambitions are not without hesitation. Also, the whole speech that he just showed, immediately afterwards, she gets shut down by her professor, by her dean or whatever. They immediately cut her down and criticize her for her statement. And the show goes to great lengths to show, hey, she has these ambitions, but maybe she is too trusting of her own abilities. Maybe she's out of her own depths. That's a key factor of the show. It's a major element of the show that you ignore. Let me take a look at some super chats real quick. Read some of those off as we keep going. Ronan Zatkiel. It's always important to remember that grifters and their audience are the chronically online minority. People in the real world do not think the way these people do. Oh, 100%. That's the problem. We started off with a real critic, someone who actually knows what they're talking about, analyzing the show in a way that's critically fair. Consider this. John Campia got right to the point. There's no bullshit. I don't agree with him half the time, but there's no bullshit. He tells you exactly what he thinks, why he thinks it, and if you disagree with him, you can disagree on an intellectual level. But here there's no actual meat to the review. There's no actual meat to the discussion. Yes, I'm aware the episodes are out right now. I'm obviously not watching them right now. I'll watch them later this week. I don't like watching these shows in one sitting. I like to spread them out a little bit, personally. Yeah, but this is ridiculous. There's no actual review here. We're almost 7 minutes in. And he has not actually given us any meaningful criticism beyond the first 5 minutes. It's West. Thank you for Super Chat. Notice that when he cuts to a black character, a smoke detector SFX plays. Did he do that? Let me take a look at that.
What do I get out of matriculation? Some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window?
that.
And a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like? I want to build something undeniable. You want me to be small, but I refuse.
Now it's here where she gets called out on her and it's also an unintentional
Interesting
description of the show.
That's a hot pile of garbage.
But then it's right back to it.
Oh, so she says show. She does show that right there. But again, here's the thing right there. He completely undercuts that the show criticizes Riri and pushes back against what's a character flaw. Characters should be flawed. Is Nerdrotic promoting characters without flaws? Does he want all the characters to be perfect and flawless? It's hard to say. Again, the problem is he's criticizing shows with characters who are not flawed too, for being too girl bossy, too power fantasy-ish. But I digress. Azarius Daniels, that speech felt like a reversal of her oppression monologue from the comics. Oh yeah, it does. And the fact it's pushed back against immediately is a great element. It shows that the story frames Riri's ambitions as admirable to a fault, but that she's too short-sighted and undercuts her own opportunities for success. Nostalgic Nerd 90, do you think Rhodey should have been the next Iron Man? I think Rhodey should have been War Machine. I think Rhodey has so much potential as Rhodey. I don't know if anyone should be the next Iron Man, truly. It's not like with Captain America where Captain America's a mantle to be passed on. Even in the comics, when Steve first goes under the ice, it's passed on. Iron Man is Tony Stark, but I think that there's multiple Iron suits out there with their own distinct identity. I think that's important to remember, I think, in that sense.
Riri Williams are making an iron suit.
People are obsessed with them. I could build 1,000 other things, and no one would care. But if I could build one of them, better than everyone else, people got no choice but to respect me.
And it wouldn't be Disney Marvel if they weren't.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Yeah, she's saying that, you know, for all of her intelligence, no one will notice her unless she does something that's noteworthy. There's nothing that's completely different from what you're framing it as. And again, that's between someone she trusts, a private admission of her own ambition. That's important.
Taking a shot at the legacy character that she was supposed to be replacing.
I need cash, money. Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire?
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
As established before, those box of scraps were all things that Tony Stark built in a factory with billions of dollars. They were all functional missiles. They weren't just like little pieces of like scrap metal. They were hundreds and hundreds of missiles that he was intimately familiar with. And he built a suit that fell apart after its first use. People really think that he came out of there with like the Mark 40 suit, but it was like a piece of shit that was barely able to hold itself together long enough to escape after its first test flight. In fact, Tony Stark's suit fell apart faster than Riri's suit from the MIT lab. Again, do people actually watch Iron Man? Did anyone actually remember what happened in that film? I feel like people have forgotten that when Tony Stark built his suit in a cave with a box of scraps, the suit was a box of scraps. The thing that he built was the arc reactor. That was something he built. And Tony Stark did it with with extremely rare elements he was able to purchase for his missiles because he had billions of dollars. So yeah, Tony Stark could not be Iron Man without massive resources and access to the rarest minerals and metals on the planet at that time. But they speak in clips. They hope you forget the context of the film they're talking about, and thus are able to speak over you, because you don't know. You don't remember. But I do. I'll remember it so you don't have to. Wait, it's someone else's line. Fuck.
How come you're not working at, like, I don't know, Stark Industries or something?
He contributed immensely to the field, so I won't roast Tony Stark off rip. But I'll have $1 billion.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave.
Yes, he did build it with a bunch of scraps he bought for billions of dollars.
A bunch of scraps.
But it doesn't end there, because the cracker, more accurately described on-crack writing team at Disney Marvel attempts to make Riri even more endearing by having her get expelled for selling completed tests to students.
You sold completed assignments to students at every school in the area.
After that, Riri steals the Ironheart suit that she thinks she's entitled to because she built it with money from a grant.
She built that with her own grant money.
And she flies home to Chirac.
Yes, she built it with her own money. So it's hers. It's her money. She got the money for it. It's not the school's money. It wasn't the school's grant. It was her grant. So yeah, she owns it. Why did they act like she stole it? She owned the suit because she paid for it herself and built it herself. None of the resources were MIT's. It was all grant money she got for her own private research. It's her money, dude. Like, what do you think? The school owns it? It's her money. Like, what are you talking about? She stole her own property from herself. Dude, what are you fucking talking about? The suit belongs to her. They didn't let her leave with anything that she didn't own. And they let her leave with the suit. Dude, it's her suit. Come on. Get over it.
With the help of the MIT AI, who's a gay pencil.
What's up? I'm Trevor, MIT's teaching robot and virtual operational resource and your very own AI assistant.
It's the... Oh, now we're doing... Now we're having a... Okay. Okay, that's where we're going with this. Okay.
And your very own AI assistant.
Now, if the show ends...
Again, he's so desperate for content, he has to make a joke like that. That's just sad.
With her being expelled, 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, it didn't, but if you're a viewer out there who made it past this part and to the end of the first 3 episodes, you deserve reparations.
Hey, yo, get off the street.
So Riri makes it back home, cut off from her gay pencil AI and broke. And through a series of contrived events, she runs across another race swap character from the comic books, the Hood, who we will now call Da Hood, and his League of Extraordinary They-Thems, who will get...
Da Hood? Come on, there's dog whistles and then there's screaming at the camera. Come on, man. Da Hood. Fucking Jesus.
To later. And just in case for a moment you forgot that Riri Williams was a genius, they decide to remind you again.
I heard Riri Williams was a genius, but I said to myself...
Yeah, because you're skipping a key scene there, buddy. The scene where she breaks out of the elevator using just basic ingenuity. She's a genius because she figured out a basic solution to a complicated problem. That is genius. A smart person, a dumb person, that you have a smart person, they build this an elaborate contraption that's like all complicated and all that. All she does is she hot wires the elevator door and opens it up with some scrap metal already in the elevator. As opposed to some, complicated puzzle following the rules that they set for them. That's genius. A basic solution with the available material. Come on, man.
Parker, you gotta meet this kid up close.
Quick reminder, that was a line of dialogue that was written by a human, delivered by a human, sound edited by a human, edited by a human, and approved by a human, and actually released by other humans. After some slight apprehension, Riri Williams decides to knowingly join this criminal organization when they promise they don't hurt anybody.
Look, I don't want to hurt anyone.
It's not like that.
Okay, so what do you do?
Theft, extortion, breaking and entering.
See, it's fine. Now, most of the next 2 episodes dedicate an excruciating amount of time reconnecting Riri Williams with her dead best friend who's now an AI. So for the sake of your valuable time and our collective sanity, I'll try to get through this briefly. The one component...
Oh, how dare characters have friends and dynamics. Also, they only show a decent amount of it, but there's also the heist. There's also Ezekiel Stain. I feel like you're really... Oh, by the way, he does go outside. That's how he sold all of his heroin. Oh, you know that? Nerdrotic was arrested for selling heroin originally. That's how he got his start on YouTube. Because no one else would hire him because he was selling heroin. So if anyone should know about crimes and relative morality, it should be him. Because, he sold heroin. Also, Scott Lang. Yeah, good point there. Scott Lang was a burglar. Same type of crime stuff as Riri. Same type of basic genius, though he didn't really have the same constructive engineering genius. He was more like simple solutions for theft and all that kind of stuff. Oh, the guy, 493, thank you for Super Chat. Nerdrotic, just drop the dog whistle and say you really want to. I'd respect you more. Yeah, exactly. If you stopped dancing around and just was an overt racist like the synthetic man. That's one thing, you know? Oh, it was meth. I'm sorry. He didn't sell heroin. He sold meth. That's so much worse, actually. That's actually worse than heroin, I'd say. Briefly sold meth. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's meth. My mistake. It was meth. There you go.
Opponent Riri Williams needed to get her suit working again was an AI, which she was able to pull off after knowingly taking money from a criminal organization. While she was trying to replicate the AI of the isolationist ethno-state Wakanda, through plugging her brain into her laptop, she fell asleep thinking about her dead best friend, which manifested her into artificial intelligence. I think at this point it's prudent to point out Disney Marvel's efforts to show the lived experience of marginalized people, because it turns out Riri's stepdad Gary and her friend Natalie were killed in a drive-by shooting.
Message!
And now Natalie is back as an
Wait, what the fuck did you just say? Hang on a second.
State Wakanda. Through plugging her brain into her laptop, she fell asleep thinking about her dead best friend, which manifested her into artificial intelligence. I think at this point it's prudent to point out Disney Marvel's efforts to show the lived experience of marginalized people, because it turns out Riri's stepdad Gary and her friend Natalie were killed in a drive-by shooting.
Message!
What's the message there, buddy? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Are you saying that people don't get killed by drive-by shootings in the world? Is that something you're trying to say? That it's somehow like a contrived idea that in the entire MCU we finally have a character who got killed by drive-by shooting? Oh my god. What's the message there, buddy? What's the message? What's the message you think it's trying to communicate there? Oh my god. Again, it's a racist dog whistle. It's trying to argue that this is like some inner city crime thing, because that's all that they know how to talk about. It's the same thing Critical Drinker talked about, same thing that she keeps talking about. That, that black and crime are connected. That's what they're trying to say, because that's the constant dog whistle that they keep pushing. If you're normal, you'd be confused by that whole thing. You'd be like, what are you freaking talking about? But if you heard enough of the dog whistles, you know what to hear. You know what to listen to, and that's what you're listening for. Yeah, so that's bullshit. Yeah, there's nothing in here that's valuable. You're already 10 minutes in and you've glossed over almost all of the episode. You've hyper-focused on extrapolating racist dog whistles from a tragedy that happens in the backstory. You gloss over Riri's accomplishments. You lie about what happens in the episode. And you distort information to make it seem like it's all Riri just bragging and all that, when that's not really the case. Yeah, there is crime in the inner city. This doesn't take place in the inner city. It takes place in the suburbs. That's the thing. There is crime in the inner city. This takes place in the suburbs. It's a random act of violence. That's what happens. Thank you for stopping there, John Colt. What was his name? John Cutter, I think? Yeah. Saying that there's crime in the city and that the black people commit crime. Yep, everyone commits crime. There's crime everywhere. It's America. There's tons of shootings in this country. You're acting ridiculous, though, if you're acting as though crime is intrinsically attached to any racial demographic. That's fucking ridiculous. And you should be called out for that. That is racist. And, yeah. Now, to say that a crime happens to black people in a city, again, not the inner city, the suburbs, yeah, that happens. Crime happens. It's not a message, though. It just happens to be a shooting in Chicago, where shootings happen. That's life. Don't know what to tell you. There's more guns in America than people. That's also true. Yeah, shit happens. That's life. Random acts of violence that have no real pattern. That's the message. If you're defending that someone arguing that gun violence in a black community is somehow some message, you're agreeing with a racist dog whistle. It's that simple. Especially because none of the other black people in this show are criminals. Outside the gang, none of them are criminals. They're all just normal people living their life. So, don't know what to tell you there, buddy. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, everything here is smarmy and gross. Nerdrotic stuff is consistently very like Critical Drinker is marketable grift. It's very much, the dog whistles are more subtle, even though he's saying a lot of crap. He's doing it in a way that's, you can sell it better. Nerdrotic stuff is more overt, upfront about what he's trying to say. And as a result, it's very cringy, is the best way for it. It's very stupid. Tyrannopus and friends, thank you for Super Chat. Late to the stream, but I'd like to say that the first 3 episodes of the show were pretty good. Interesting to see if it sticks the landing. I hope it sticks the landing. I've heard good things about the last couple of episodes. So, there you go.
And now Natalie is back as an AI and an acronym.
You could call me Neuro-Autonomous Technical Assistant and Laboratory Intelligence Entity instead.
Give me something for the pain and let me die.
Admittedly, the AI Natalie is a far more likable character than Riri Williams. What's the message there? Well, you'll have to ask Disney Marvel. And their scenes together can be summed up with this.
You know nothing about this man. Don't laugh at me.
Best friend, that's my best friend. I know best friend, that's my best friend. Come on, go best friend, that's my best friend. Hey.
Now will you upgrade the suit?
I see you're ignoring the scenes where they talk about like trauma, pain, the fear of how technology can function, all that kind of stuff. The idea that the tech can bring someone back from the dead, how that works. You're forgetting a few details there, buddy. And just including a couple of shots from the same scene. Back and forth. So, I digress.
Now, Riri still needs some components for the suit she stole, and this brings us to the trademark Disney Marvel turning a formidable character from the comics into an ineffectual male. And it also might be one of the saddest examples of a downward career trajectory. Alden Ehrenreich, the former Han Solo from Solo, #Solo lost money, now playing, and we're just going to cut to the chase on this one, Ezekiel Zeke Stain, son of Obadiah Stain, who keeps his pop's remains in a Ziploc bag.
The hell, Joe? Why is he in a baggie?
We weren't close.
And now the supervillain from the comic that looked like this now looks and acts like this.
Heather?
Hey, neighbor.
Hello.
You could stop letting your dog poop on my lawn.
Are you crying?
Sorry, sometimes it just happens. It's totally voluntary. And then you come knocking on my door.
Yeah, you ever read any Ezekiel Stain's comics? He's a very boring character. Like, Ezekiel Stain is a pretty dull character in the comics. He's just a generic bad guy who's getting revenge for Obadiah Stane, basically. And he's not all that interesting, at least especially early on. Also, it's very clear that there is a darkness to Ezekiel Stain. The guy is sketchy as fuck. And it's very clear that he is deeply suppressing a darker urge. And the guy cuts his freaking arm open and plugs technology in there. Like, dude's not well. Like, there's a scene early on where he, like, freaking slices his arm open and, like, shoves tech in there. The guy is not okay. The guy is very unwell. Like, he's going to be, like, I think by the end of the show, he's going to be doing something very unreasonable. I'm reasonably expecting to see that. But again, I digress.
Or with that same iron energy, it's a non-starter Riri.
Why is there a sweaty middle-aged white man at my door?
I'm 36, respectfully.
But at least there's a great bonding scene between Riri and Zeke to Alanis Morissette.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
You deny me all the cross of me. I can't get to make you. Oh no! Guys!
I guess Nerdrotic isn't like doesn't like that.
Now, I'm skipping past a couple of characters because they're too boring to mention, but the cast is rounded out with DeHood's gang, the Groom Patrol, and most of them are based on characters from the comics that are changed just a little bit. There's Cousin John, who's John King. He doesn't look like his last name is King, but you never know. Then there's the Blood Siblings, who are based on the Blood Brothers, who started out looking like this in the comics. And while using some creative license, there's a slight variation from the source material. Now they're played by a couple of lesbians, who in a moment of rare accurate representation are shown in a flashback beating the hell out of each other. But let's keep in mind this is Disney Marvel, and of course they're the muscle, and they beat the hell out of every dude in the first 3 episodes. Then there's Clown, which is an appropriate name for a character in this show. Oh, and Eric Andre is in this for some reason, and I guess his career has seen better days, playing Rampage. Again, just a minor tweak from the comic books. He ends up dying, and his character arc is best summed up by my good friend Az's meme. And last but
yeah, but Nerdrotic, how many of these characters have anyone ever given a shit about? Like, let's be perfectly honest. No one was clamoring for any of these characters to exist. No one cares about them. At all. We're not doing any of it. It's all dog whistles. Here's the thing. With Nerdrotic, here's the problem. If I were to stop and go for every single like dog whistle that Nerdrotic dumps in this one segment and is about to dump with this drag queen character, we'd be here all day. every single thing he says is a racist, homophobic, or sexist dog whistle. Like, they're all dog whistles. He might as well have a bunch of dogs howling around him from all the dog whistling he's given. Like, you know, and the idea there is, oh, women can't beat up men. We men strong. Nothing about skill or talent or anything like that. This is also the kind of guy who would hate on prey also. So, you know, his tastes are a little selective. A little curated for his sensitive tastes and personality.
Definitely not least, there's Shea Coulee's Slug, who looks like this in the comics, and I have to admit, the resemblance is uncanny.
I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm kind of one of Madripoor's most wanted. Toot.
And for the 5s and 10s of people who actually watch this show, you may be surprised to find out that this is his first acting gig.
It's created by yours truly. Old meets new on steroids.
Clearly, he has never seen RuPaul's Drag Race.
Wait a minute. I lost contact with Riri. Roll call. You there? Hello?
So after Da Hood and the Merry Suicide Squad pull off a series of capers robbing the rich, which is best described by everyone's pal Epic Mike on Twitter, all the action in the first 3 episodes of Ironheart are the poor, disenfranchised, innocent criminal gang beating up and shooting working-class security guards. But they all work for billionaires, so it's justified. But
it's not justified. They outright say how terrible it is. Like literally the entire the second heist is basically saying, hey, we can't find anything bad about this guy we're trying to rob. This might be really fucking bad of an idea. Like, again, it's not what the show's like. The show's gang is very minimally present. They're all odd characters, sure. They're all unusual. They're all different. None of them do a bad job acting. And I'm not surprised Nerdrotic has never seen Talk to Me, where one of the character actors is from, an incredible horror film that is arguably one of the scariest movies of the last 5 years. Nerdrotic should see that and go, oh, hey, a lot of movie buffs love this movie. An actor from Talk to Me's in it. Oh, that's worth bringing up at some point. But you just gloss over it because Nerdrotic has the appetites for films as a 12-year-old boy. He doesn't actually watch any movies that aren't slop or big blockbuster stuff.
What the Social Justice League doesn't know is Da Hood is in league with Mephisto. You know, the character that everyone thought was going to be in WandaVision until they found out that showrunner Jack Schaefer had never heard of him. Well, now they're going to waste him in this show, which is a shame because he's played by Sacha Baron Cohen, who coincidentally finally settled his divorce with Isla Fisher, and all he has to pay her is
Unconfirmed, but I think at this point is very likely. I'm reasonably confident that's the big rumored character. Okay.
$25 million, and now we know why he took the gig. Anywho, along with extorting all these rich people, Da Hood is forcing them to sign a contract, which I'm sure has something to do with their soul. You know, the thing that will be slowly draining out of anybody who's not a seasoned pro watching this. And to save what's left of mine, let's get this over with. After the super intelligent AI Natalie susses out eloquently that Da Hood is sketchy,
I sense some crazy energy radiating off Parker. I don't know what it is, but it ain't from around here. I think Parker...
That's not saying he's sketchy, it's saying he radiates unnatural energy from his hood. That's what drives Riri to investigate the hood. The sensing things, the sensors of energy. That's it.
Is wrapped up in some sketchy shit.
I don't know what gave it away.
Earlier in that same episode, Riri is already questioning the morality of the hood. Long before that scene. So you got to be really ignoring all that.
Possibly all the robbery, extortion, and attempted murder, the super genius Riri Williams comes up with an unnecessarily overcomplicated plan to get a piece of the hood's cloak to see how it works, and she plans to do it during the Agents of Antifa's final caper, which of course goes sideways, by extorting
the plan is walk up to the hood and laser a piece of it off. That's the that's the plan. Sneak up behind the hood and laser a piece off. It's not overly complicated. It's very simple.
Hunter Mason, an evil rich guy who just wants to grow food. The hood conveniently
He's not evil though. They outright show in the show, hey, this guy has nothing wrong with them. They can't find any leverage on him because the guy is just a nice guy. Who, granted, has a security system that can kill anyone who breaks into it. That's a factor, I guess. Even officer, hey, take some money, go out here, go run away.
Stand still while monologuing so Riri Williams can cut off a piece of his cape. She accidentally sets off an alarm and doesn't lift a finger while the hood kills Hunter Mason. And then she f***s off so Da Hood can kill over a dozen working-class security guards. Then she gets caught red-handed by Cousin John with a piece of cloak who conveniently doesn't throw any of the knives he's specialized at throwing while fighting her, and then she leaves him to die. Our hero. But not to worry because she feels really bad about her deliberate decision. And the last lines of...
Yeah, it's a life and death situation. Buddy, if it's your life or his, you leave the guy to die. It's one of those things where it's like in an action film, in Die Hard, for example, If John McClane is in a life and death situation against a guy who's trying to kill him, he will kill him, and you wouldn't have a second hesitation. Why is it suddenly a big deal when Riri does the same thing to someone who wants to kill her? Also, it's a flash decision. Get out of there. Let him die. That's the process. She feels guilty about it because she's not a criminal. She is a criminal technically, but she's not really like a hardened criminal. And it's shocking. So, yeah, that's what happens. That's the show. It's bizarre how everything you're framing is so disingenuous. Like, this is suddenly a bad thing. Also, keep in mind he glosses over 2 episodes in about 4 minutes, the same amount of time he spent building up to even talking about the show. He didn't have enough time to get him either. The door was closing. Get out of the room, and that's it. Sorry. That's the thing. Also, don't forget, Iron Man kills hundreds of people in his first appearance. Yet, Riri killing one person is somehow this bad ethical decision, a bad moral dilemma. Hey, and also Natalie did make a decision. That's true. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, she didn't kill him. She just didn't save him like Bruce in Batman Begins. Exactly.
Of episode 3 best describe the character of Riri Williams.
Riri, please talk to me. Good? No, I'm not.
Just like with the comics, the only way to logically interpret Ironheart is to see it for what it is, a villain origin story. So let's recap this. Ironheart.
I see you ripping off Richard C. Meyer now. You're not even coming up with the original material on this one. Also, a villain origin story. Buddy, we just saw a redemption arc in 3 episodes. What are you fucking talking about, man?
A show for the modern audience that's meant to lift up and represent marginalized people. Features a protagonist who's an unlikable, insufferable, selfish narcissist who's consumed with being iconic, who lies, cheats, steals, and is responsible for at least 2 deaths. Her stepfather and her best friend get killed in a drive-by shooting, and every other character is a one-dimensional DEI cardboard cutout. The only question I have after watching this is, what does Marvel have against what they call marginalized people? And all this is thanks to the worst writing and acting in Marvel history going back to the Electric Company. Except for this, which may go down in history as the best bit of acting of all time.
Quite frankly, you have been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy.
Acting. Again, dude, am I the only one that remembers Secret Invasion? That's vastly worse than any of this nonsense, because Secret Invasion was boring as sin. I'd rather a show be interesting than boring. Boring is the worst thing you can be with a show. But also the show's not boring. So it's very strange how they're all diving on this. I think it's because of the diversity. That's what it comes down to. But it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? Transparent, what they're trying to pull here. It's not very effective. Yeah, they say narcissism so many times, I don't know if they even know what narcissism means at this point. It's always, this is the most narcissistic character possible. Well, is it? Is it really? Like, it's just sort of a whatever character. Like, okay, so what? The problem is they're just really bad at this. And again, here's the thing too. Almost every shonen manga that these people phrase, they say Japan's blowing America away with its comics. Well, most shonen protagonists, they want one thing, to be the best, to get the One Piece, to be the world's greatest hero, whatever. Same motivation, different means. That's how it is. It's the idea that taking a shortcut to get a job done may result in some harm, may result in some pain. That's all it is. That's all it ever was. But again, we're almost done with this review. Let's finish this up.
Things Disney Marvel of late, meaning the last half decade, the cycle will repeat over this monstrosity. Fans will be blamed. The accusations of review bombing have already started, and I would agree in this case. You gotta be kidding me. And once all...
Yeah, well, hang on. You glossed over it there, buddy. You glossed over it. Let's take a look at that real quick. What was that?
Of review bombing have already started, and I would agree in this case. You gotta be kidding.
Yeah. So, drama alert. Yeah, but here's the problem. That 32% you're glossing over, that 32% was 4 hours before the first episode dropped from audience reviews. This was review bombed. People were leaving negative reviews for Ironheart in bulk hours before the show even came out. They never actually saw the show and were leaving bad reviews. Is that not review bombing? Yeah. So hours and hours before the show came out, you're getting bad reviews on the audience score. What would you call that if not review bombing? Did they get a good advanced look at the show? Did they get a preview? All of them? And a lot of the written reviews were actually duplicates. They were all the same phrasing verbatim. It was copy pasta, basically. That's review bombing. What else can you call that? Come on.
Kidding me. And once all this stalls out, we'll probably start it all over again with the Fantastic Four, featuring the female Silver Surfer, which Disney Marvel desperately needs to be a hit. Bottom line is Marvel knew that Ironheart was going to be terrible. That's why they barely promoted it and dumped it all within 8 days. Kevin, buddy, you should have had the balls to cancel it because you keep repeating the same mistakes. Ironheart is indeed the most comic-accurate representation of a horrible character from an awful comic made into an even worse streaming show. And the only thing it will be remembered for is being an iconic failure.
Nerdrotic.com.
That was painful to sit through. That was such a terrible review. Because, okay, I'm not talking I disagree with it. I do disagree with it, but that's not why it's terrible. What's terrible is it was all just his own best of buzzwords. It was all dog whistles. At no point was he reviewing the show. He wasn't talking about what happens in the show. He wasn't talking about the concepts of the show, the tension, the ideas, the characterization, the plot. He was only trying to appeal to the hoops of his own DEI-obsessed dog whistles. That was a whole lot of nothing. There's nothing he actually said that was meaningful in that whole video. At no point did he make a meaningful point about the show. He just said, oh, look at this diversity, you know? Didn't explain why the characters were one note. He said, oh, they're one note, and that's it. But didn't explain what they actually were like, what their personalities were like, except for the 2 characters who punched a lot. And that's all he got. Because he's got nothing. He's making content that he filled with 5 minutes of filler at the start of it that didn't say anything, that wasn't well researched. It didn't have any facts associated with it. He just said a lot of shit, spoke, and then nothing about it. Just complete dog shit. That's what his review was. Complete dog shit. At least with Critical Drinker, it had the mercy of being short. This dragged on for 18 minutes. He didn't say anything useful. He didn't talk about anything. He made like, oh, it's overly complicated plan. Riri's gonna laser the jacket. That's the complicated plan. He's gonna sneak up and laser a jacket. That's it. Not complicated. That's it. Very simple. All of the things that were interesting, he glossed over to hyper-focus on diversity existing. Also, Goku does not just want to save his friends and eat food. He wants to eat food and be the strongest there is. He wants to fight. So Goku just wants to fight strong opponents and eat food. And that's all he wants. That's all he really wants. Saving his friends is optional. It's a good side thing. You can bring them back with the Dragon Balls. They're fine. Oh, man. How does failed James Gunn cosplay get so big? Well, again, the problem is if you're the loudest voice in the dog pen, that's all you gotta do. Okay, I sectioned off a few other clips here, but I don't think I have enough juice in my system to keep going through all of them. I'm gonna go with one more. Alright, so we got, so chat, I'll leave it up to you to decide. Who do we go for? We have Jester Bell here. Chat, decide for me. Who do we look at? Jester Bell. We got Geeks and Gamers. And we got everyone's favorite egg-headed character, Heels versus Babyface. Tell me who to go with, chat. I can't do them all. I gotta choose one. And I'm going to run to the bathroom in the meanwhile. So I'm going to leave you on chat while you vote, and I'll come back and see what you got. So let's see what you got here. Sorry for the delay. Earphones in. Here we go. I'm back. Okay, what did I miss? Probably lost a few audiences. That's fine. Okay, so. We lost a few people. That's okay. That's all right. Cool. Excellent. So how the vote go? Let's take a look at the vote. Okay, so Jester Bell is currently winning by a lot. Okay, and then it's Heels Babyface as the second on there. Let me fix that poll here. Let me end the poll. Let me divide to the top two here. Let's make it Jester Bell or Heels. Yeah, I love how no one wants to see Geeks and Gamers because they know it's generic as anything. Okay, it's fine. Cool. Let's narrow the poll down a little bit here. So, what do you all think? Here we go. We're good. Cool. Okay, Jester Bell's winning so far. All right, Adrian Parchman, thank you, Super Chat. The future is female. That's very true. I mean, it's not really. I mean, who knows? But like, oh well, Jester Bell's really winning this one. It's down to those two. Love it. Yeah, I mean, they're both pretty bad. You're going to go one way or the other. Time to mix things up, but check out Jester Bell. Listen, Jester Bell is because I bet you're saying just check out Jester Bell because of the previous one. I think I'm done here. If you guys want to go, that's fine. I mean, obviously, Nick Wolf, I love democracy. All right. Let's take a look. As at least he's funny in a fucking stupid way. Listen, I am here for women's rights and women's wrongs. And it's time to look at some women's wrongs today. All right, Jester Bell wins. Let's take a look at Jester Bell real quick. Oh boy. And it's one of the longer ones. Okay, that's fine. Heels is us too memed at best. Okay. All right, back to Jester Bell. Familiar territory for those familiar with the channel. Oh, come on. Copyright music there?
Female Frodo Baggins here. And last night...
You think you're a female Frodo Baggins. Hey, Ant, were you aware that Nerdrotic once invited Alex frickin' Jones on a live stream? Yes, I was aware. And not surprised either. That's about what I expect. Okay.
I spent 3 hours watching Ironheart.
How did you spend 3 hours watching Ironheart? None of them are an hour long. Hell, most of them are a half hour long of content. How did you spend 3 hours watching it?
Because Disney and Marvel want to get this over with as soon as possible. So they're doing a 6-episode release across 2 weeks. And each of their 3 episodes that they released last night was almost 50 minutes long. So
there's 18 minutes of credits. Also, none of them are 50 minutes long, I don't think. I think they're like 45.
3 solid hours of Ironheart, and I just wanted to leave after the 2nd episode, and I was like, do I really have to go back in there? Oh boy. Okay, so...
Jester, give me a small violin. Give me a small violin for this bullshit. Come on, man. You're so dramatic. I had to sit watching 3 episodes of a TV show. All the episodes were slightly shorter than the average episode of a TV show. Oh, woe is me. Come on, get over yourself, man.
Here's the thing.
with
I don't know
nonsense.
how many people are actually gonna watch this show. I don't know how long the discussion about it is actually gonna be. A lot of people don't seem to care. Disney, this show, just so to recap for people who don't know, this show was made back in 2022 at the.
Okay, Jester Bell, I wonder why people... I'm sure no one's going to want to talk about this show at all. Let me take a look at something real quick here. Let me see. Most popular videos. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, look. The video we're talking about right now is... Oh, there you go. It's your 4th most popular video after a week. I don't know why you want to talk about... Why would you want to talk about Ironheart? It's not a cash cow you're hoping to exploit or anything. I don't know if anyone's going to watch this show. Quickly, it becomes one of your most successful videos. Can't imagine why you watched it.
The peak of awful Disney Plus, and Marvel sat on it all the way until now because they didn't want to release it, and now they're just kind of spitting it out onto Disney Plus. With a minimal marketing, the most you get is some lip service from Robert Downey Jr. that he was paid to do. Which, if I were Robert Downey Jr. or Ryan Coogler, who is attached to this as an executive producer, which does not confirm or anything about how much you're involved, it can just be your name's written on it. If I were those two people, I would do everything I could to stay away from this project and not have anything to do with it, because this is a total disaster. But as we get into the review, I have to explain...
Yeah, guys, take a drink every time she repeats something Nerdrotic said. Yeah, basically all saying, oh, it's a disaster, it's the worst. Oh, Marvel sat on it after putting it out in 2022. Again, it's the same talking points. And none of them are actually addressing what the show actually is.
Something for people. It's already going out there online. People went on the IMDb reviews and on Rotten Tomatoes and started to review bomb this show before it even came out. And then that in turn...
Okay, so at least she admits it was review bombed. That's a big step. Big step. Big step. Before it came out, important thing to point out. Okay.
And got what I would always expect to happen on Twitter is to declare that everyone who hates this show is just hating on it because it has a black female lead, and everyone who hates this show is a racist.
But they review bombed it before the show came out. What's the alternative? That they knew in advance the show would be bad? Well, how would they know that? Why would they make that assumption? There's no reviews out. There's no other information out. Why would they leave a 1-star written review before the show came out unless they were racist? Also keep in mind that the previous 2 reviews that we saw were so full of racist dog whistles, and they actually sat and watched the show. So, I'm not saying if you don't like it, you're racist. I'm not saying that. But I am saying it's strange how so many racists also hate the show.
He explained the history of Riri Williams' Ironheart and why I expected this show to be awful, why I didn't understand why Marvel was doing it, and why I think that they wanted it hidden until now, where they're hoping that most people aren't even going to watch it. It has a percentage in the 70s on Rotten Tomatoes right now, but only 38 critics even bothered to review.
Let's look at that for a second. Tomatoes, Ironheart. Let's take a look at the current reviews on Ironheart. Let's take a look. Okay, currently this is the Rotten Tomatoes score for Ironheart. 86. 86% based on how many reviews? It's based on was this based on, but before it was based on just 30 reviews. That's not a big deal. But right now it's based on how many reviews there? Oh, yeah. So now it's based on 74 reviews. You're right. 70%. We were 30 reviews, 70%. We need more feedback. It needed to go higher. Much higher. Oh, my goodness. Alexandra Despians, thank you for Super Chat. Love your content. Have you ever read Jester Bell's pre-YouTube reviews on Batman news? She wasn't a grifter yet, but still homophobic / sex negative. Yes, I am aware of her reviews from Batman, from the Batman news website. I had actually known about her reviews under her real name previously. I didn't know who she was, didn't make the connection, but I had read her reviews beforehand. And I did know who she was. And they were very sex negative, very sex shamey, I'd say. And not well written, alternatively, which tracks with what we see here. But they were at least edited a little bit more. Her off-the-cuff stuff just doesn't flow quite well, I don't think. But yeah, no. You're right, Jester Bell. We should have waited for more reviews to come in because the number was actually higher than you said it was. I love it. Oh, it's just 30 reviews. You shouldn't trust that. Okay, well, now we have 74, and the number is higher. Take that as you will, Jester Bell. Take that as you will.
View it. People don't care. Riri Williams' Ironheart has a history in comics, a history that built up a dislike, so to speak, of this character. She was created during the time in the 2010s where new writers and activist writers, old writers who became activists like Brian Michael Bendis, Riri Williams' creator, really wanted to push new diverse characters to...
Okay, so new writers like Brian Michael Bendis. Okay. You know, one of the most, who had a 20-year career before writing Riri Williams. That Brian Michael Bendis. New writers, of course.
Eventually, it seemed very apparent to take over for the Avengers characters, and Ironheart was made as the replacement for Tony Stark. In fact, in the comics, while this doesn't happen in the show, she was literally the Iron Man, the replacement for Tony Stark when he died.
That's not totally true because there was also Doctor Doom who tried replacing Iron Man at the same time. There were two Iron Men at the time, Jester Bell. Two.
In the Iron Man books. So that's the history of Riri Williams. But Riri Williams, of all of these new characters that were created in that era, is the most notorious and the most volatile. Why? Because Ironheart from the beginning was a narcissist. Now, was that the intention behind the character? No, but that was the problem, that she came off, she was supposed to be this super confident, capable teenage girl, but she came off as a complete narcissistic psychopath at every turn. Many said on supervillain level, like her origin story was...
Okay, so Jester Bell is now just outright quoting Richard C. Myers' criticisms. Right down to the page that he often cited as the core proof that that Ironheart was the big bad. So we now have a critic who's just echoing Richard C. Meyer, who was a crack. He was a quack. He was a quack. He's a nonsense guy. Didn't know what he was talking about. Now, mind you, I've read all of these comics. And they're not good. I made a whole video about it. Not a fan of Riri Williams in the comics. But calling her a psychopath is a little bit more problematic than what you think. She's not psychopathic. She's just ridiculous. She's out of her depth is what it is. Okay.
Was daring a teacher who supported her into telling her she would never be Tony Stark because, according to her, that was the only way for her to show her up and prove that she could do it because she needed somebody to fight against her even though everyone was supporting her. She took over a sovereign nation at one point. Those are just the two highlights. So
yeah, okay, so here's the thing. The sovereign nation thing, she does that to facilitate peace. And she kind of does that without realizing the full implications of her actions. That's not as significant as the teacher thing, oddly enough. The teacher thing is horrendously bad writing. It is terrible. There is no defense for that scene. It's also the two scenes you can name. Because the problems with Riri are actually built in way more than just those two scenes. You can take moments of Riri's entire early run of comics, sure. But the problem is, as I mentioned in my video, the issues are more fundamental. The issues are more built into the foundation of how the character is written. And as a result, you get the sense of like, okay, Riri's not a bad character because she took over a sovereign nation. She's a bad character because she's a bad character. The conflict's not built incorrectly. Her dynamic isn't well established. Her connections aren't well established. Her pain isn't well established by Brian Michael Bendis. Has nothing to do with diversity. It has all to do with Bendis's failure to write the character well. And case in point, when she's put on the Champions, which is a more diverse team, her character is immediately better because she has someone to bounce off of. Also, she's 15 in the comics and 19 in the show. So, very different age groups there. By the way, Anthony just wanted to say that she claims that Riri is a bad person, but legit thinks that John Walker in Falcon Winter Soldier somehow did nothing wrong. Yeah, that's the blind spot with these guys. Always. When a black character does something, it's the worst sin in the world. But when a white character does the exact same thing, they're a misunderstood wooby. You know, they're a sad little boy. Sad little 40-year-old boy. That's what they are, according to them. By their logic. John Walker's a hero, but Riri Williams is a villain, despite the fact that John Walker murdered a man in public with a shield by bashing his skull in with a vibranium. You know, again, the glazing for John Walker is absolutely bizarre to me. Like, yeah, the character is a well-written character. He's dynamic. He's interesting. He's a tragic figure, undeniably so. The Thunderbolts, I think, really did a good job establishing him as his kind of tragic downfall and how he can pull himself out of that downfall. But he did a lot wrong. His tragedy is of his own making. It's his own fault. He failed. That's a key thing. He failed because of his own actions. It's a tragedy. He brings it about himself. There are factors that lead into that tragedy that are external, like his training in the military, sure. But what happens to him is his own fault. Riri is subjective to the influences around her, you know? She is not the orchestrator of her own downfall. It is, well, first of all, she has downfall. That's one thing, too. Also, Tony Stark's much more arrogant than Riri ever could be. And more sociopathic in some ways, because he built weapons of mass destruction for profit, for years. So there you go.
So that was the problem with Riri Williams' Ironheart, is that she came off as a narcissistic psychopath. She took over the Iron Man book, so she got rid of the classic Iron Man. And at that time...
No, she didn't get rid of Iron Man. Carol Danvers got rid of Iron Man because he was in a coma after fighting Carol Danvers. And she didn't... Iron Man was still in the book as an AI. Tony Stark is in every moment of Riri's run as Iron Man, as an AI. So already is a problem here. Again, it's so much easier when you read the comic. It helps. It really does help quite a lot.
I was there all the way back then, and I remember then the excuse for people not liking Ironheart was that they're just racists back then. And that created tension. That created tension around the character, not just because she was bad, not just because she was taking over for Tony Stark, but because on top of everything else, criticisms about the character were hand-waved as you're just awful people if you don't like this character.
No one liked Ironheart. It wasn't if you didn't like Ironheart. The problem was how you didn't like Ironheart. That's what people don't understand. It's not if. I don't like Ironheart as a character from the comics, but I'm not racist. Because I can go into a comic and go, okay, here's why the character didn't work. That's what it is. Here's why it didn't work. Here's what elements I don't think worked. But they couldn't do that. They went to a single scene and just took it out of context. Now, granted, the scene they took out of context was bad. In fact, in context, I think it's actually worse. But you had to invent a context to hate it in, when the context to hate it in is right there. That's the problem. You didn't read it right. You looked at it and went, okay, this character's a narcissist. And not thinking, wow, a white author wrote a black girl telling an old white woman to oppress her more. That's kind of screwed up, isn't it? Context is fine to make it screwed up. You know, the context as to why it's awful is right there. Brilliant stop frame. Yeah, I'm sorry. People make fun of me all the time for like random stop frames. No one looks flattering in a stop frame. I'm not going to make fun of her for that. It is a good stop frame though. Jester Bell, if you are watching this, which I'm sure you are for some reason, at least have the courtesy to laugh at the awkward ass frames I pause at, because it's not intentional, but it is always funny. Myself included. I always laugh myself when I get into weird stop frames too, so it works out.
And so I'm not agreeing with people going off and review bombing the show that they haven't seen, because that's not going to help anything. But I understand the histories, because there's...
So you understand why people are review bombing the show, is what you're saying. You're saying, I'm not agreeing with it, but... So everything before the but doesn't matter. So you're saying, you get it. Buddy, the show is not the comics. Just because they didn't like the comic book characters does not mean that it doesn't mean anything. Guardians of the Galaxy is a movie based on characters of the comic who were very obscure at the time. Your fence sitting is causing you to, okay, I will give Jester Bell this. I will give Jester Bell this, because credit where it is due. By fence sitting, she's avoiding the big things that Nerdrotic said. So far, this review is not as painful as the Nerdrotic review. I will give her that. That is faint praise at best. But I will give her that.
So much tension built in with the history of this character. Now, I knew with the history of Riri Williams, and by the way, Marvel Comics is well aware that she didn't work. After her solo series failed after about 12 issues or so, like, I don't know, this character...
Eve Ewing's Ironheart. How long did that run? The Ironheart comic ran from... Let's take a look at Riri Williams here. Oh, that's just their stats there. Let's take a look. Oh, here we go. Right here. Perfect. Appearances. It looks like about 12 issues, it looks like. Yeah, so 12 issues, that's fair. Okay, she's right about that. It's about 12 issues. All right, sounds good. 161 appearances, though. I'm so surprised. That was less than that.
At the very least, has not appeared in any major capacity in Marvel Comics since. Like, they...
She just had a series announced, actually, just recently.
They know that this character failed. But I was expecting the worst from the...
Just had a series announced, actually. That as an update after my video came out, they announced her comic, which is perfect timing, I guess.
Show, because they were kind of hiding it. It was based off of this character, and I was not expecting it to be good, especially the era that was made of Disney+. But I didn't expect them to not only meet all of the criticisms about Riri Williams and her being a narcissistic supervillain psychopath like in the comics, but in some ways turn it up to 11 and exceed...
No, they didn't, but okay, keep talking.
Those expectations. And that's what you have to know about the Ironheart show. The problem with the Ironheart show is that it's all about Ironheart, Riri Williams, and she is potentially no, not even potentially. She is the worst, most unlikable character in the MCU's history.
Okay, hang on a second. So you glaze for John Walker, who murders a man in public. But Ironheart is the most unlikable character you can think of. The worst one you can think of. That's the worst one. Ego the Living Planet, murdering Peter Quill's mom. That's child's play compared to Ironheart, who wants to be iconic because she's a kid who thinks she's smart, who's in a, that's the worst one you can think of. Ridiculous.
So, got my notes here. The show starts off with literally Riri Williams monologuing in a video, in an old video she's making with her friend, about how amazing she is, how she's better than Bill Gates, she's better than Tony Stark, she's better than Hank Pym.
Yeah, because she's a kid. Kids do that shit. That's just what kids do, man.
Just to let you know, your girlfriend will be bigger than Jobs, right? Bigger than Gates, right? Bigger than Pym, right? Bigger than Stark, yeah.
And then that fades into a monologue of her in the present day, where she is also monologuing about how intelligent and how ingenious she is, and how she has the potential to be the greatest genius of her generation. But according to her monologue, the reason why that can't happen is she doesn't have billions of dollars like people like Tony Stark did. And
yeah, you typically need a lot of investment money to build in technology in bulk in the modern day. That's just the reality of it. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's like all these reviewers have, for the first time, heard about investment money, you know? Like, oh, wait, you need investment in capital to build something? I thought technology built on dreams and wonder and whimsy. Buddy, welcome to reality. To buy anything in life, you need capital. To build something, you need capital. Even to make a YouTube channel, I needed capital. To buy this mic, the camera, the lights, that's all takes money. Granted, it takes very little money. It doesn't take a lot of money to do it. But if you're building new technology, new elements, new material, you need money. And again, Tony Stark could only build his Iron Man suit and arc reactor in a cave with a box of scraps because the box of scraps cost billions and billions of dollars to develop. You need rare minerals, rare metals, rare elements to produce the arc reactor. He couldn't do that without technology that he could afford to buy. I don't understand how people can hear this all the time and go, well, what do you mean? You could build in a box of scraps. The average person's not Tony Stark. Tony Stark's exceptional. He also was exceptional because he had a shit ton of money. Oh my goodness.
And this is the linchpin towards the show.
Yes.
To the entire show. Riri Williams believes that she is the most intelligent person in the world. She is the new modern day genius, but she also believes that it is impossible for her to achieve what she wants to without billions of dollars, which she says several times throughout the show. I'm sorry. Did we not watch the first Iron Man? Did we not hear the line?
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
Yes, because the box of scraps contained rare elements he could only get with billions of dollars. Have any of you fucking people seen the movie recently? Have any of you seen how he makes the arc reactor? I feel like I'm going crazy here. How are all of you people sharing the same joke, the same reference, and not a single one of you have seen the scene he's referencing? How have not a single one of you moronic people watched the movie which that line comes from? How is it? How? Genuinely how? How have any of you functioned in this whole review landscape with a tenuous understanding of what happened in the first Iron Man film? You are basing your entire review off of a single offhand line without context as to what happens in that scene. Further, take a look at Iron Man 2, when they also build an arc reactor, right? That whole scene? They needed Hydra and the 10 rings to get the frickin' stuff there. They needed massive criminal enterprises to get the materials needed to build a second arc reactor in Iron Man 2. These are basic things. This is the movies you're referencing. These are basic facts in the movies. How are all of you so incapable of remembering a single movie that the Marvel themselves told you to rewatch? Scorpion Wolf, thank you for being a member for 5 months, and yet you'll still be labeled as a liar. Yeah, exactly. Like, here's the thing. I'm not lying. Go watch the movie. When Jensen's like, oh, hey, how do you make this little metal ring in the little mold? Like, oh, it's this element. We have a trace amount of it in our rockets. We need to knock over a few more to get, like, more trace materials. You can only put trace materials in something when it's, like, extremely rare, right? You know that? You know, how technology has built-in elements like silicon and other rare minerals, argon and all that, you know. They're rare. They're not common. They cost a lot of money to get. And to mass-produce materials that require those as a core piece of computer chips and what have you, you need a lot of it. Again, the scraps he had were multi-million-dollar missiles. In bulk. It wasn't just scrap metal. It was a massive amount of technology in one place. How have none of you actually watched the thing you're referencing and remember what's actually said? How are all of you so dumb that you see a line in a meme and don't choose to go, hey, maybe let me rewatch the movie in case I'm forgetting something important? How are all of you making the same dumbass mistake? Is it because you think your audience doesn't remember the movie? They probably don't. Because your audience probably doesn't watch movies. Simply fucking put, watch the movies before you reference them.
Stark was captured by terrorists in a cave with a box of scraps that he made his first arc reactor with. That he was...
Okay, let's look at those boxes of scraps for a second, shall we? Let's take a look at those, because I want to take a look at those for a second. Let's take a look at Tony Stark. You know, actually, no, I can't do that because Disney will copyright strike the stream. I don't want that to happen. Can't do that. Also, I see you did the same thing I do and lifted clips from online there. That's nice. Cool.
Able to make his first prototype of the Iron Man suit to...
Look, you can even see the different missiles in the background there.
Escape. That's his entire origin story.
His entire origin story is he got a ton of missiles, broke them apart, took them apart, and reassembled his whole suit. Also, Obadiah Stane wasn't in the cave. So he has no idea how much resources Tony Stark actually had. Quite frankly.
When they got back to the mainland, Tony Stark was the only person who could make...
Right? Okay, Tyler. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. You get what I'm talking about. It's all a bunch of... Okay. I gotta stop myself here. Because what I'm doing is I'm engaging in a spiraling logic of stupidity. I made my point. Watch the movie. You'll see it's more than just a couple scraps. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and that's what it is, ultimately.
The arc reactor who had that intelligence. That was the entire point, that Tony Stark, without his billions of dollars, had his genius, so he was...
Where do you think the scraps came from, Jester Bell?
Able to do that. What is Riri Williams talking about that you can't do anything without...
Jester Bell, please watch the movies that you're talking about before you act like an authority on it. You sound ridiculous. Jesus Christ.
Billions of dollars at your back. Like, did Steve Jobs start off with billions of dollars? No. So many people...
AI. The AI will tell you that. Okay, cool, good. How much was Steve Jobs' net worth? Let's take a look at it real quick. Let's look at that real quick. Steve Jobs' investments early on. Okay. So, Steve Jobs, let's not forget. Okay, so Steve Jobs had investors for his first projects, actually, buddy. Steve Jobs did not have the money himself, but he raised millions of dollars in the early company he founded. And in the 70s, $1 million went a lot farther than it does today. Buddy, Steve Jobs did have a lot of money to work with. He didn't have it himself because he got investors into his business.
People in tech have come from nothing and worked their way to the top with their intelligence.
With what money? They had investors or company backing for their advancements, which again is massive corporate resources. Do you understand how this works? Like, someone's got to foot the bills, buddy. You think all the tech comes from nowhere? That all the supplies comes from the air? You can't be this dumb. It's not possible. You have to be just pretending. There's no way that you think technological research is done for free, without any resources reached, without anyone paying for the stuff they get. Also, Steve Jobs was designing a computer, something that already existed in reality. Tony Stark invented new technology out of thin air. But Steve Jobs did not invent the computer, he just made a really good computer.
That's absurd. How do you think these people get their billions of dollars? They work from the bottom and they get to the top. But
Steve Jobs did not work from the bottom. He worked in the garage and had investors. He had investors in his early industry. You don't know what you're talking about at all. You sound ridiculous.
Riri, and this has so far within 3 episodes not been condemned or disputed at all. She believes that she needs the billions of dollars first, and she says no shade to Tony Stark, but that's just how life works. Riri, that is not true. Anyway,
it's so true. How are you the way you are? Genuinely, how are you? Steve Jobs did not work from the bottom. Tony Stark was given a company. Hell, in the first Iron Man's movie, we see he becomes the CEO immediately, and that's part of why Obadiah Stane can't stand the guy. Tony was born in a rich family. Like, come on, man. You're making this too easy.
One with half a brain could tell you that is not true, but she believes the $1 billion has to come first, and that is how life works. You have to be rich in order to be successful. That is complete nonsense.
Funnily enough, later in the
No, not to be successful. To fund to foot the bill for the technology she plans on building. God damn it. People are ridiculous.
show, a character asks her why she doesn't have an arc reactor, and she says it's not like they just hand those out. So she wasn't even able to create an arc reactor like Tony Stark, yet she still believes that she's better than him. But
what point is that? Yeah, she doesn't use an arc reactor. She uses solar panel power. That's still a pretty good technology for the technology she has. This is a really dumb idea. Oh yeah, Zuckerberg got money from Thiel. Yeah, exactly.
Here is where that is Riri's downfall. So, as we hear in the show, she graduated high school at like 9 or 11, and she got into MIT as a teenager, and we begin with her there. But here's the problem. We hear that she, after 4 years, still doesn't have a degree, despite being this genius. How could she, with all this genius, still not have a degree and still not have graduated from here?
Because she doesn't do the classes. They say it in the first episode. Were you paying attention?
Well, according to her own words, she is too good for a degree, and she is too good for the job that could be gotten with that degree. That it's just peanuts to her. She doesn't want to get a job with a bunch of guys she doesn't want to work with. Like, it's literally, that is her monologue. She is too good for any of this. Now, Riri...
Okay, so a character with a flaw that she has to work to overcome. That's bad? Flaws are good. Flaws are great in characters. You want a flawless character?
The reason why she's actually at this college or university is because she wants grant money for her inventions, specifically for an Iron Man knockoff suit that she's working on. But those inventions, a lot of times they keep failing. But don't worry, her excuse for why her inventions keep failing is because she doesn't have enough money for them. She thinks that she's the most ingenious, wonderful...
No, she wants the money to mass produce her suits and perfect her technology so she can mass produce them for firefighters and rescue workers. It has nothing to do with anything you're talking about. You're just wrong.
A smart person in the world who's better than all of those other geniuses, but that the reason why her things keep failing is because of lack of money. And so...
No, she needs the money to mass produce it and perfect it so it's cheaper to produce. That's why she needs the money. She says this at the beginning of the show.
What she has done, as we find out in the opening of the show, is she has been giving off her inventions to other people so that they can pass it off on their own, and doing essays for other people that they can pass off as their own so that they can get good grades. So she's been engaging in plagiarism for money. In order to get more money, that still does not work with her inventions and still does not get them to work. So what happened? And by the way, none of this in the opening is condemned at all. But
she literally gets expelled from MIT. And the moment she gives her whole speech, her dean says, that's a load of bullshit. Like, to her face. What are you talking about? Oh my God, Jester Bell. I thought at least... How are you like this? Why are you like this? How?
But what happens is she finally gets confronted by her teachers at MIT, and they confront her about having not graduated yet and at all of the
Okay, so apparently she's mixing up some points here.
These things, and about the plagiarism that they know has been going on. And this, once again, is when we get more info dump from Riri Williams about why that is, and I just explained that. But she literally goes on a tirade to this teacher who's telling her that they just want her to do her homework and passing her grades.
A tirade, she talks for 20 seconds. That's like 3 sentences.
And graduate from this school, this incredible opportunity that she has, and not obsess so much over the getting money and engaging in already criminal activities, shady activities in order to get that money. They just want her to succeed at this school.
Wait, no one mentioned criminal stuff yet. Just plagiarism, which I guess is criminal, but still.
And she goes into a big tirade about how they're asking her to be...
Already, Jester Bell has spoken longer than Riri does in the episode about this tirade. She spent more time saying there was a tirade than the supposed tirade. Whatever.
Be small, but she refuses, and that's why she isn't graduating from the school and getting her degree, and that's why she keeps doing anything she can to get money in order to keep working on these machines that don't work. And I was gobsmacked by how narcissistic and insane this speech was. But then...
It's not insane. It's just saying, hey, she has ambitions that don't fit into, like, the typical standards of academia, and she thinks that she'll be successful as a result. But then they call her out for her bullshit, which is what a good story should do. Create characters with flaws that are then confronted by the narrative.
I was surprised. They make the teacher slap her down and say that is nonsense. But here's where it is. Now the question with this show is, does it condemn Riri Williams for her narcissistic, psychopathic behavior? Well, yes.
Well, here's the thing. She's not psychopathic. That's what I don't understand. Psychopathic's a very specific situation. She does have deep-seated empathy in the show. Deep-seated empathy. She is extremely emotional. She gets extremely sympathetic towards people around her. As seen when she talks to Ezekiel. As seen when she's talking about Natalie, her stepdad, her mom. But she's also emotionally vulnerable and pushes people away. That's not psychopathic. That's just simply put a girl who's dealt with trauma. Like, what's psychopathic about it? It's ridiculous to jump to psychopathy as your first explanation for Riri, when the show offers a much better explanation. Trauma, arrogance, and a need to live up to the example of her father, that her stepfather provided. But also remember, she defends John Walker, the guy who smashes a man's skull open with a Captain America shield. Innocent man who did nothing wrong, psychopath. Riri is a psychopath. John Walker did nothing wrong. See, there's a divide there. This doesn't compute. So what do you say?
And no, and we'll get to that, because on the one hand, you have the teacher slap her down here and be like, that's not true at all. And it seems like Riri is at that point being built up as this awful person who needs to be taken down a peg. But then her other teacher is talking to her in a really snarky voice and annoying, like you're not supposed to be on his side. So I'm like, okay, am I supposed to be with the teachers or against them here? I don't know.
Maybe against the teacher who's the guy from Community and with the teacher who's talking common sense. Maybe it's not so black and white, Jester Bell.
Oh, and that's the thing throughout the show is that while the show acknowledges that Riri does things that are wrong in it, it does not really acknowledge her for the total psychopath that she is. Like, Riri is only in it for herself in this. There's a brief flippant line about how her tech could help the firefighters and all that stuff, but it's brief and it's flippant.
No, it's not flippant, it's her entire motivation. The entire motivation is trying to make things for other people. And in part, if you watched the show, you realize she's doing it because her stepdad, who she loved, who was killed. Again, Jester Bell has to jump to these extreme examples to prove her point. But her point is basic. And basically dismantled. She is basic and easily dismantled.
When Riri describes her motivations in this show, she's like, a friend asks her, why do you have to build this Iron Man suit? And she needs to build an Iron Man suit that is better than Tony Stark's tech. Like, that is her whole goal.
Why, though?
And she, at first, in the first episode, says that the reason is because people are obsessed with Iron Man suits. And if she can build that, then she will get the respect of everyone. And, like, for the first 2 episodes, that's her motivation. She needs to make the Iron Man suit the best ever, even though people point out there's so many other things she could make, but she needs to make the Iron Man suit to garner respect. And the way she's going to do that, she believes, is by getting lots and lots of money. So her motivations in this show are ego and money, and she will do anything for money. What a likable, wonderful character this is. Now, maybe, as we're going to get into...
But you hesitated there. I think you might have deleted something there. Why'd you say the first 2 episodes? What happens in that 3rd episode? What changes about her motivation in the 3rd episode? What happens? Jester, you kind of left yourself off on that one. What happens in that 3rd episode, Jester? What happened in that 3rd episode, Jester? What was it again? There was something that happened, a conversation that happens where they explain why she really wants to build Iron Man suits. I wonder what it was. There was something that happens. Oh, I'm sure it's nothing important that changes their entire motivation entirely and recontextualizes everything that happened in the show. Not in the least. No way. No way.
Once again, it isn't completely condoning what she is doing, but it just doesn't condemn her enough. Like, if you had any doubt
Okay,
about...
so your idea is that the show doesn't condemn her enough, but you condemn her more. And she's not punished enough for her actions in the first 3 episodes. Ridiculous.
Unlikable this character is, she gets expelled from MIT for the plagiarism, and this is her reaction when she gets expelled from the school that she just did a tirade that she didn't even want to be at.
You're expelling me?
Effective. Immediately.
Is there anything you would like to say?
I thought she was gonna explode and murder somebody or something.
Why would you think that? She's got expelled. She's gonna have an emotional reaction. Listen, everyone's confident and cocky until when push comes to shove. A character can say all this stuff, but she clearly has anxiety. We see that she has anxiety throughout the entire show. Anytime something gets stressful, she spirals. That's, again, a character feature. That all of her pride, once things get pushed a little too far, she spirals inward. Why would you think she's going to kill someone, though, Jester Bell? That's bizarre. Why would you jump to that conclusion? Because you're projecting. You're not actually watching the show for what it is. All you're doing is projecting what you think is happening onto a character.
Even just the performance in this show, I don't know if it's the actress or how she was asked to perform this character, but it comes off as a supervillain. Like, this reminds me of the supervillain.
Young girl has an anxiety attack in public. Oh, she's clearly evil. She's a monster. So you gotta stop her now. Oh, that's too dangerous. Again, all you're doing is echoing Richard Meyer's original reviews. All you're doing is just echoing Richard Meyer. And that's it.
an origin story of Dr. Doom, where he was one of the most intelligent people in the world, but it
Dr.
wasn't enough for
Doom?
him. He had to beat out Reed Richards, and that upset.
No. Did you even... Okay. Dr. Doom becomes Dr. Doom because he tries to save his mother's soul from hell, recklessly creates technology that Reed Richards points out, hey, this is unstable, it's going to blow up in your face, and Doom ignores him and it backfires on him. Doom's motivations are nothing like Riri Williams. What are you talking about? Do you even know the characters you're discussing? Oh my god.
Session is what eventually turned him into Dr. Doom. Like, that's what this show feels like. Like, Riri Williams is just so egotistical and narcissistic. She only cares and does things for herself, and all she's motivated.
By the way, what was Tony Stark's motivation for many of the movies of Iron Man? Hell, the comics especially, he does this. Wasn't Tony Stark trying to promote his company's technology to protect mankind on his terms? How is that any different than Riri Williams producing new technology to protect humanity on her terms? There's almost no difference. All of this is fan fiction, and we're 15 minutes into the video. We are past the halfway point, and we've only discussed the first 3 minutes of the first episode. 3 minutes.
It is by ego and money and wanting respect. Like, it sounds like a supervillain. Now, what happens in the plot of this show is that she falls in with a bunch of criminals that offer her what she wants most in the world, money, if she will commit crimes as their new muscle, and she will get that money to...
Well, she's not their new muscle. She's that was the lesbians. I'm kidding. The muscle, she's there as like a on the ground tech specialist, someone who can hack tech. Unless you think Eric Andre was their muscle, which she is not. He is not.
To be able to build the Iron Man suits that she thinks that she wants to build. So that's the entire plot of the show. Riri Williams was already committing some bad stuff. She was already doing some bad stuff to do what she wants behind the scenes. Now she's become a full-blown criminal.
She was performing plagiarism, and so that's naturally the next step is heists. Do you listen to yourself when you write this? Oh, who am I kidding? You don't write these things.
Engaging in extortion, thievery, blackmail, all of this kind of stuff.
No. Okay, you're wrong right there, Jester Bell. She does not engage in extortion, and she does not engage in thievery. Nor does she involve... Actually, she doesn't deal with any of those. The gang does with extortion, but she herself, Riri Williams, does not directly engage in any actual thievery. She does not engage in any actual anything of that. She vandalizes technology to facilitate other people doing another job, but she herself does not engage in any actual thievery herself.
In order to get the money that she wants. And that is the protagonist of this show. Like, even when they're about to go on their first mission, she just asks, so when do we get the money? Because that's all she cares about. Now, going back to the conversation of does this show condemn Riri Williams? Well, what we get in the show is we do seem to get some sort of conflict of conscience and morality as the show goes on, especially in episode 3. And episode 3 was the easiest one for me to get.
She has no self-awareness. She asks the freaking hood early on, are we like Ocean's 11 or The Sopranos? Are we like, like a good-natured criminals, or are we like the mob? She's constantly second-guessing herself. But the other characters allow her to bounce ideas off of. But she pretends that she's fully confident and in control, even though the whole time she is visibly freaking out. And multiple times. Also, don't forget, she turns the gang down the first time. My goodness. Did you even watch the show?
Get through, because whenever characters would condemn Riri in this show, I would cheer, because it's like, this is such an awful person that needs to be put in her place. What happens is Riri...
She's such an awful person who needs to be put in her place. You would cheer when the character would get pushed back on her ideas. This is so hyperbolic, it's ridiculous. The character is no worse than Scott Lang. No worse than Scott Lang. At no point does Riri Williams do anything worse than what Scott Lang does in the Ant-Man films. At all. In fact, arguably, Scott Lang does worse. Because he just steals from the Avengers. Oh my goodness. Like, I was really happy when the young black woman got yelled at by people. Like, you cheered? You cheered. Come on. You're being a little ridiculous. My goodness, man.
Rather accidentally creates a new AI that is based on her best friend who was murdered along with her stepdad in a drive-by shooting. And this AI kind of serves as her conscience during the show. And I can see what they're doing there with that being the small voice in her head that is pushing back against what she's doing. However, Natalie does not push back enough. Like in episode 3, she's talking about her criminal activities, and Natalie says, you know, that guy you've been working for, the Hood, he's kind of shady. And I'm like, shady? He's a full-blown criminal.
Yeah, but again, Natalie is echoing something that Riri has expressed earlier in the show. Natalie is not the first person in the show to bring up that the Hood's sketchy as fuck. All of them have done that at this point. It's Wes. Thank you for Super Chat. They hate when Riri has flaws. They hate when she doesn't have flaws. What the hell do they even want at this point? They want to grift. Look, I very deliberately showed a clip of John. I'm drawing his name. On John Campia. I showed a clip of John Campia earlier on. I drew a blank on John Campia's last name. To show you what a good review of the show is. And he's negative. He was more, mixed to positive, mixed to negative on it. But he gave a review. He gave his opinion. He's like, hey, this, that, and the third. Here's what I think. Here's what I don't like. Whatever. But he gave his opinion intellectually. You can disagree with it, but you can disagree with it on an intellectual level. This is fundamentally just bizarre review telling. It's really strange, this whole grifter subverse. Because what you get is that none of these people seem to engage with the material on any intellectual level. It is bizarre, to put it mildly. Anyway.
She watched him shoot someone, and while he survived, he shot someone in the last episode. After he was just trying to get away from a crime she helped him commit that was stealing and extortion. And
yes, and when that happens, she's visibly is shaken, visibly is upset, and visibly makes a statement indicating that she feels morally uncomfortable with the situation.
Riri says, don't worry, I can handle it. And Natalie says, for now. And so I'm like, so she's committing crimes? And you're just saying that, yeah, you better be careful. You might get in over your head. Like, no. Like, if Natalie was...
So how do you feel about Scott Lang, Jester Bell? Scott Lang just burglarizes on his own. He commits burglary on his own. The whole scheme is him. Riri is a small part of a team. When you're part of a team... psychologically, you're able to remove part of the accountability of the crime because it's spread apart. It's like it's diversified. The accountability is that it's not just you're part of a group, so all of you have a small part to play. It's not the full blunt of the account on your shoulders. But with Scott Lang, he solo burglarized a rich guy, and before he even showed up as a hero, that's what he's doing time in jail for. There is no one else to spread accountability. It's just all on his shoulders. And when John Walker murdered a man in public, that was all on him. Yet you defend him, yet cheer when Riri gets yelled at for vandalizing a car's... not vandalizing a car, for stopping a car from driving in an underground tunnel, or shutting down the light, cutting the circuitry of a light system. That's all she does. She shuts down a car's electrical grid in an underground tunnel, and she shuts the lights down in a facility. And that's the extent of her crimes. Shuts the cameras down, shuts the lights down. That's all she does. And that's it. That's the extent of her criminology. She doesn't burglarize or break a safe or anything like that. She just messes with electrical circuits, mostly. And that's it. But that's too much. That's evil, in your opinion.
Was really her best friend, and if Riri was ever a good person, which we don't really seem to see in this show, Natalie, she could be a person who's coming forward right now and being like, who are you now? You completely have changed from who I knew. The Riri I knew would never...
Yeah, but that's not what she's saying. Oh my God. Just cut the bullshit, man. It's getting it gets ridiculous. You know, you see all these grifters, you see all this stuff, and you're like, you know what? After a certain point, you're like, just shut up. You know what I mean? Like, just get to just stop beleaguering the point. Get to the point faster. You're not saying anything of value.
Be engaging in this kind of activity. She would never be running around with these kinds of people. She had so much potential and she's throwing it away. But no, Natalie does not push back on that level. And
she pushes back multiple times in the episode. Almost all of her dialogue in the episode is pushing back against it. What more do you want?
That's what I'm trying to get at here is, yes, while there is acknowledgement of Riri's flaws and a little pushback on what she's doing, you know, she does get some karma for the blackmail, like when she goes in the second episode to a guy who got parts to the black market, who is an important character. She gets a little bit of that thrown back at her in the next episode. But the problem is, this show seems to think that Riri...
She's completely blackmailed by Ezekiel Stain and screws up by the end of that episode, so she's on the hook for even worse.
Riri is just this misguided teenager with a lot of potential, but it doesn't realize is it's made her into a full-blown narcissistic psychopath who is just so hateable that I just want her to get her comeuppance. I don't see a redemption path for her.
You don't see a redemption path for her? How do you not see a redemption path for her? She shut down an electrical grid in one episode, and another episode shut down an electrical grid. She hasn't done anything irredeemable. She's just taken part in heists that resulted, from her perspective, that would have resulted in no deaths, but then they did, but not because of her. And she's running in fear now after seeing how deep she is and over her head. Why are you acting like she's Hannibal Lecter? Like, nothing that she's done is particularly evil. Remotely so. Hell, Tony Stark has done worse crimes. Tony Stark is responsible for thousands upon thousands of deaths because he was a war profiteer before his redemption arc. But he could be redeemed, but Riri can't? Bizarre.
When, from as I see it, she was never a good person who had good motivations in the first place. Now, I don't know if the show might go further as it comes, as we watch the next 3 episodes and might condemn her even more. Like, okay, in episode 3, we find out that...
What do you want? The characters all to line up around Riri and tell her how terrible of a person she is? Do you want this to be like episode 25, episode 26 of Evangelion, where all the characters just walk around and rip into the other characters to talk about all their insecurities being exploited and pushed forward? This is a bizarre way to watch a show. The main character doesn't get yelled at enough. I want there to be more yelling at the main character. I want everyone just to stop and point and poke at them and just yell how bad they are.
This guy who's played by the guy who played Han Solo in the Solo movie, we find out that he is actually Ezekiel Stain, son of Obadiah Stane, and that is able to give insight into his character and how he sees Riri Williams as another person whose ego consumed them and became a monster. So when I saw that, I started to think, okay, are you...
No, that's not what he says. He just thinks that, you know, you shouldn't allow your ambitions to drive you into dangerous territory. That's not ego, that's ambition. It's very different.
Guys actually acknowledging Riri Williams for the monster that she is. But I'm not sure yet. We have to see the context. Is it going to be just that, like, this is why Ezekiel is holding back on helping her when he should? Or is she really the full-blown monster that he thinks she is? Because she really...
She doesn't think he... What are you talking about? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Ezekiel Stain does not think that Riri Williams is a monster. In fact, it's because that he trusts her that now he's on the hook as of episode 3, because the artificial skin that he made for her that has his fingerprints on it is left behind at the crime scene. So it's not that that he thinks that she's a monster. It's that he trusts her, and that trust is now misplaced because she screwed up.
Is a monster in this show. We just have to see how it's going. There does seem to be a thing with Mephisto coming in, and I thought that was weird. Why are you introducing Mephisto in a show that is...
Because the Hood is associated with Mephisto. Like, the Hood is a demonic entity. How are all of you self-proclaimed comic book experts unaware that the Hood is a demon? Like, how do none of you people know this? This is basic stuff. Come on, man.
Is all about Ironheart, but they are doing something there. Like the main character, the Hood, is has made a deal with Mephisto, and Riri does not know that she's working for that kind of mystical force. And for those who don't know, Mephisto is basically the devil in the Marvel universe. So it could be that theme by the end of it, of how ego and narcissism could consume a person with so much potential that they unknowingly make a deal with the devil and lose their soul, so to speak. So if we're going in that direction, then it could turn out. But I just think that Riri is too far gone as a character.
Why? Okay. You guys remember Guardians of the Galaxy? That little obscure indie film that probably no one saw? So Guardians of the Galaxy featured tons of characters, all of whom are intergalactic criminals who committed worse crimes than anything that Riri Williams commits. All of them. Oh my God. But they're redeemable, but Riri Williams, for a couple of crimes that she's immediately having cold feet about and backing out of, that's irredeemable. Gensai Kuroki, thank you for Super Chat. The pick-me is strong with this one. Yo, God, yeah. Yeah, no, she is such a fucking pick-me. It's not even funny.
All I want to do is see her come up and at the end because of how awful she is. I know I'm a little bit all over the place, but I do want to say, even if Mephisto, and when they do a cameo with him at the end of episode 3, that was kind of scary, but I am frustrated because the reason why Mephisto is coming up, for those who don't know the history, is when WandaVision was coming out, we all thought that Mephisto was going to appear. He was going to
Oh my God, she's just echoing what Nerdrotic said. What does anything from WandaVision have to do with this? That's not why Mephisto's showing up. Mephisto's showing up because he's a well-established Marvel villain who had to show up sooner or later. Oh my God.
The big bad, and behind everything, it was going to be so cool. Only to at the end, the showrunners were like, oh, we don't know who Mephisto is, and we've never read comics. So that was a...
Is she just plagiarizing Nerdrotic? That's funny as shit.
Big upset. So it's almost like since Agatha all along and this, they've been trying to apologize by bringing him back, and that just makes me feel sour because he still should have been in the WandaVision show, if at all. Now
Why would Mephisto be better in WandaVision? Agatha Harkness was the big bad of that, and Scarlet Witch did everything herself. Why need a third evil force to affect everything? Gavin Carrot, thank you, Super Chat. I hang with Mephisto and spread rumors that he's gay. Listen, I can't make fun of anyone for their pronunciation of words. I screw up words all the time. Except for my last name.
I know I'm rambling, but there's some more odd stuff in this show. Like, in the second episode, Riri gets caught by a cop who sees her face. And this is some really weird choices with this show. So they make it so she can't close her helmet and he sees her face. And the reason why they have to do that is because the only way this cop with a gun is a threat to her is if her helmet isn't on. So he sees her face, and then the Hood blasts the bullet back at the cop with magic and injures him but doesn't kill him.
No, he shoots the bullet at the cop. He shoots the cop. That's what happens. Also, it's not a cop, it's a security guard. Secondly, the problem is that the suit glitches, potentially as a result of seeing the gun, and Natalie freaks out. Also, it's not that, It's not that Ironheart is seen by the security guard. It's that her face is unguarded so that if the guard shoots, she can get hurt. That's why. These are basic things. You've gotten almost everything about the scene wrong so far.
And this is a little bit of a moment for Riri, where apparently murder is the line that she does not want to cross when it comes to.
Yeah, murder would be a pretty big line that she doesn't want to cross for obvious reasons. That makes sense that she wouldn't be comfortable with death, considering that she was very insistent it was all these heists were non-violent in nature.
All the crimes that she's committing. This creates problems because the cop survived, and everyone knows that Riri Williams has this suit because they saw her getting into it and flying away from MIT with it, and then she walked through town with her helmet up in that suit. So it could be pretty easy to find out who this person was, but it just ignores that. It completely ignores it, and the cops show up at Riri's house later, and it's like, oh, are they there because they literally saw her committing this crime? No, they don't even recognize her. They're there because apparently one of the people in the gang got killed. They got off. So this finally makes Riri believe that she maybe has gotten in over her head with these criminal activities, which, by the way, she only now acknowledges were criminal activities. She kept, even after the confrontation with the cop, even after the extortion, even after the stealing, she was still trying to say that she's not a bad person and that she wasn't committing a crime. And the hood tells her, yeah, you're a criminal. You're committing crimes with us. And I'm like, you didn't realize that? You had no self-awareness this entire...
She's in denial because she's a teenage girl and trying to justify her actions. It's basic character writing. This is what good character writing is. When someone does something bad, but are able to divorce the bad action from their own actions. It's a character flaw. Why are you expecting characters to be flawless? Also, not everyone knows her face and name. Why would some random security guard in the Marvel universe recognize her face in a lineup? This is the Marvel universe. There are so many people in iron suits in the MCU. Why would this particularly be anything of note? Right? Like, what kind of point is this? If this were the real world, well, there are no iron suits, and she was the only person with an iron suit, yeah, maybe that'd be something distinct. But it's the Marvel universe. There are so many weird, superpowered people out there that, yeah, a security guard would be like, oh yeah, I saw someone in an iron suit, like Iron Man. You know, not gonna think, oh, specific girl from the Chicago suburbs, Riri Williams. That's who it was. No way. Scorpion Wolf, thank you for Super Chat. Once everyone knows who's got legit complaints, who's just holding on to past pain, and who's legit racist, the grifter sooner or later won't have a leg to stand on. 100%. I don't think that Jester Bell is racist. I think she's a pick-me, which is very different. She's just saying things to get people to like her.
Entire time, and she still makes it rain with that money before she starts having a little bit of a moral dilemma finally. But Riri's response to one of the gang members getting killed is not to try to repent and get out of this stuff, but to try to get ahead of the hood before he comes after her too. So she...
Yes, that's a smart decision. You want to get ahead of the person with magical powers who can kill you. Because getting away won't do anything. Because as she points out in the show, the hood knows where she lives, knows where she comes from, and if she just backed out, she'd get killed. She'd get murked by this guy. So she has to know what she's dealing with in order to properly stop him. Like, what's complicated about that? Where's the problem?
She tries to steal a bit of his cloak, but she is caught on a mission by the best friend of the hood, who tries to...
His cousin. It's his cousin, not his best friend.
Attack her. And basically, stuff happens. They're in a scientific facility. They wind up in an area where the oxygen is taken away. Riri leaves the guy in the no oxygen tank to essentially suffocate. And the show ends with her hyperventilating over what she has just done. Bear in mind, the guy was subdued and begging for mercy, and she could have let...
No, she wasn't begging. He wasn't begging for mercy. Also, she was not under control of the armor. Natalie was.
Let him live, but she ran away to save her own skin.
So I guess we...
Yeah, because he would have killed her otherwise. Because she knows that he kills people who betray the group, and he was going to kill her. Like, what option is there? Like, here's the thing. You don't care when John Walker kills someone, but when Riri lets someone die who was trying to kill her first, you're fine with that? Also, she didn't make the decision. Natalie did. The AI.
We have to see next time where it goes for Ironheart. Is she really going to face consequences for her actions and what she's done? Or
I think almost getting killed is a consequence of her actions, and she left technology behind on the scene of a crime.
is she gonna get off scot-free? Because I don't know any other way for her to get out of this other than just going to prison for all that she's done. But yeah, I do acknowledge that the show might be working with some sort of a morality theme there, maybe with what they're doing with Mephisto, the Hood, and the characters are just motivated by ego and needing respect, and the villain is like a parallel of
I wonder what Jester Bell would think about The Sopranos if she ever saw it.
Riri, where all he wants is respect. I should say, and I am rambling a bit here, I'm just going over my notes trying to remember everything. By episode 3, it did amend the whole thing about how Riri only wants to create suits just to get respect. She says that she's obsessed with creating the Iron Man suit because her dad was such a big Tony Stark fan.
Oh, you left that to the end. I wondered if you were ever going to mention that with your blank big omission. So doesn't that render everything you just said completely redundant because you realize something that changes the way you interpret the character fundamentally? Doesn't that mean that you were lying by omission earlier in your review by mentioning that at the very end after ranting about how bad she is and how awful and ego-driven she is? Doesn't that recontextualize everything you just said and make you reevaluate what you're thinking?
But even then, I'm like, okay, so that's the whole thing behind Riri Williams. She says that she had no choice but to become a criminal to get this money. She 100% had a choice. She never had to commit crimes to get money. She never needed that much money. She was getting grants from the college. She did have a lot.
She didn't get grants from the college. She got grants, not necessarily from the college. Also, Jester Bell, she did need money because she wasn't able to manufacture her stuff that she wanted to build because she didn't have the resources to build it. Also, she's not in the college when she's committing crimes. Thirdly, what does any of this have to do with as a natural transition from a motivation of building Iron Man suits because her father was a fan of Iron Man? At no point does any of this logically connect. You're moving the point away from this major point that completely contradicts everything you just said.
A lot of opportunity going forward. It just wasn't enough for her ego that she had to keep going bigger and keep trying to cut ahead and keep trying to get ahead and keep trying to go bigger. Something that at the very least this show never acknowledges is wrong so far. So
they acknowledge it's wrong every episode. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Again, you make a point that completely contradicts everything you just said. It deconstructs the very foundations of what you're saying. And rather than explore how this impacts and influences your perspective, you instead move past it as fast as possible so your audience doesn't pick up on the fact that, hey, this major fundamental change to the plot completely breaks your perspective.
I'm like, you're saying that you're committing crimes and doing all this awful stuff where people could even get killed because your father was a big fan of Tony Stark?
No. She builds Iron Man suits because her dad's a big fan of Tony Stark. She does not need the money to build an Iron Man suit. She needs the money to manufacture more efficient ways to produce Iron Man suits for rescue workers. That is her entire motivation. The fact you're leaving this out is a major reason as to why no one with a brain cell can take you seriously.
That did not make me feel any more sympathetic to her. There was no reason for any of this to happen. They didn't even put in something like, oh, she's trying to take care of an ailing relative, or someone stole her work, or something.
Why would that be any better? Her father was killed by a drive-by and she wants to honor his memory. That's pretty substantial.
Like, she had everything going for her, and she tore it apart for her ego, which maybe that's the point, but we have to see the next half of this show to see if that's where they go. But as it stands, Riri is the most unlikable character I have ever experienced in the MCU, and a definite, I guess, positive adaptation of the one in the comics, because that's what she was in the comics, but there you go.
The comics Riri Williams is completely different from the show version of Riri Williams, mainly because she has motivation that matters in the show. A vast improvement.
Oh, so I would say good luck defending this show, anyone online. Like, we'll see how the ending theme plays out, but like, this is just such a horrible character to follow in this show, and the only way I can see it redeeming itself is if it treats her as a full-blown supervillain who needs to just have her comeuppance at the end.
Side note, but by the end of episode 2, there's this really weird scene that's of the character played by not Han Solo stepping on dog poop and getting revenge on his neighbor for that by chopping up her daisies. And it has no purpose in the show, and they really zoom in on him stepping on it, and I have no idea why it was there. That was so weird.
How do you not get the point of that scene? Earlier in the episode, we watch as that neighbor lets her dog shit on this guy's lawn, and he meekly tries to ask her to, hey, maybe don't, maybe do something else, and she just blows her off. We see Riri encourage him to be more confident in himself, and then next time he sees that this neighbor shat on his lawn, rather than ask politely, he goes and destroys her property. Do you not see that as the next step of his villain arc? Of him becoming a threat? How do you not get the point of that scene? MF Sub, thank you so much for the super chat. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Is there a message there? I feel like I can read the message. If you didn't type a message but you wanted to, you can type it in right here. LMAO. Yeah, just type out the message. I'll read it out loud right here in the chat. It's totally fine. Yeah, no. I don't know how you missed the point there. It's such a weird scene where this obvious message is communicated to the audience. I do not understand how you saw that scene and did not get it if you're a serious reviewer.
Now, is this the worst show that Marvel has ever put out? It's hard to say that because every show is the worst. Like, Daredevil Born Again was awful, and so all the shows that they have done for Disney Plus have just been awful. It all meshes together.
All of it's terrible, and yet none of you can mention Secret Wars. Fucking fakers.
This is just, unfortunately, typical for what you get from Marvel on Disney Plus. But that's all I got for you guys today. If you want to support me on Patreon and membership.
Okay, well, that was a waste of my time and everyone else's. Okay, so what have we actually learned here today? What messages have we learned from all this? That these grifters are hyperbolic. A genuine reviewer will speak in terms that's reasonable, honest, sincere, genuine. Also, yeah, how is Born Again the one you go to, but not, Secret Invasion, which is objectively the worst Marvel show by a mile? What do we got here? John Salter, thank you for Super Chat. Ant, I know this has been exhausting, but just remember, in a few days, Marin and Goju return in animated form. Yes, I am looking forward to My Dress Up Darling returning again. I cannot wait for that show. I love it. Love My Dress Up Darling. I cannot wait. Secret Invasion, not Secret Wars. I'm sorry. If I say Secret Wars, meant Secret Invasion. I cannot wait for My Dress Up Darling to come back. I am so hyped. Genuinely so excited. But yeah, all of them said the same basic things. None of them had a coherent thought. And aside from John Campia, no, just John Campia. That was the only one who said anything intelligent in that whole barrage of nonsense. Now, Friday and potentially Sunday, maybe Monday, depending on how it goes. I'm hoping for Sunday, but I will delay it to Monday if there's not enough time. Double videos this weekend. Superman on the 4th of July, and then Jurassic Park. Now, Thank you everyone so much for watching. New videos coming soon. It's going to be a couple big ones. Going to be hopefully some good ones. We'll see. Oh, I just want to say that I love your videos about forced diversity, and I was working on making some videos in Spanish for people who don't speak English. That's fantastic. Yeah, go for it. You're my blessing. You can make the, yeah, absolutely go for it. That's fantastic. Yeah, credit me. That's fine. Yeah, credit me. That's totally good. Yeah, that's good. I'd rather the message be spread out further. That's totally, you've told me a blessing on that one. Go for it. Just make sure you mention it in the description that you have my permission in English, so I can read it properly, because I don't speak Spanish. But yeah, that's fine, totally fine. Yamate, today's song recommendations is "To the Sky and Beyond" by Brothers of Metal. Ooh, okay, gotta listen to some Brothers of Metal after this is done. All right, so I'm exhausted after reading that. I'm going to put all this stuff away and make sure my spouse is in bed. Thank you so much for watching. Hope to have something good for you guys soon. Yeah, talk to you all soon. Take care, everyone. Have a pleasant night. That's not a good song. That's not good either. That's not good either. That's all right. Nah, this is better. This is better, I think, right? Yeah, this is good.